been issued, and one of the most important licenses using the titanium powder for 3D printing, and that allows us also to delve into new industries that we didn't witness in the kingdom before. The Innovative Factories program that provides incentives for R&D, specifically for the SME factories, at an estimate of 2 billion riyals for each factory. The beneficiaries reach 9 projects with a value of 15 million Saudi riyals. One of the most important of these projects in this field, and many investors did touch upon this great success. Your Excellency, you spoke about the incentives that will direct the manufacturers to adopt the methods and the means of advanced manufacturing. How can you help and lend a hand to those who didn't move yet from traditional manufacturing? How can we direct them? How can we assist them to adopt these modern technologies, and also to develop their human capital, which is a very important element in this system? The human capital. Yes, that's a very important topic. And also, as we launched the Manufacturing Academy or the Industrial Academy, the yields are not only in forms of Saudi riyal revenue generated, but also in the value of developing the human capital, working with specialized centers who want to scale up on any products to provide them with human capital and develop their human capital. Lab 7 and Aramco and other examples of such efforts in the private sector. Also encouraging the local companies to invest commercially in qualifying the human cadre, and that is gaining demand now, and the worker will be trained, and that should be end by employment, and also the investor also received great incentives. Maybe this is one of the most prominent programs. Your Excellency, since we are in this forum, the PIF forum, and the private sector, we must provide the private sector with some good news, or maybe a glimpse of the future. What are the advanced manufacturing sectors that provide the most and the strongest opportunities to the growth of the company? We're talking about the return on investments or the growth, be it locally or regionally. We bet on the future by following the principle of manufacturing by addition, the next manufacturing methodology that will replace the traditional methods of manufacturing. Not only working on the processes, but also focusing on the policies and the legislations and the business model that can be adopted in the kingdom. Now we do have a new program working closely with an international company for industrial spare parts. They are investing with a local company that consume these products. As we import these 3D printed materials to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So currently, the government of Saudi Arabia, the establishing of ready-to-go 3D printed manufacturing facilities. We do have legislations preserving the IP and the transfer of the financial transactions between all the entities, the guarantees on the spare parts, and also a legislating entity must also certify these parts used. And we're hoping that in this year the legislation will be ready. That will gain momentum very soon, reaching our target of 63,000 factories and adopting new modern technologies that we haven't seen yet in the region. And we think also that many of the industries will be competitive by adopting this principle and manufacturing by addition. That does not require grand investments. You can start small and also allow great opportunities for entrepreneurs. Maybe that's the message for our distinguished audience, local and regional and international manufacturers. So the future is manufacturing by addition. We thank His Excellency Engineer Khalid bin Ibrahim bin Salman, Vice Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources. Thank you.
For a fascinating conversation. We're going to go now from the enabling environment to the proof on the ground, because we know that strategies only matter when factories open, orders get placed, and suppliers scale. We're going to be exploring that in our next session, because we're going to talk about leaders who can share what they've built, what surprised them along the way, and what took perhaps longer than expected. What makes the difference between a plan and a working reality? We are going to be exploring that in our next session with the co-founder and Chief Strategy Officer at SR2 Defense Systems, Lucien Ziegler, together with his panel, and they're going to be coming up shortly, talking a little bit about the cluster effect that happens when suppliers, logistics, service partners are close together. Problems get solved much faster, as we know. Costs come down and quality improves. We're also going to hear about talent, trained people on the floors in engineering, in quality control, and in management. Without any of that, the rest does not stick. So I think we are nearly ready, not quite there yet, but I wanted to tell you a couple of interesting facts I found along the way. Saudi Arabia not only aiming to increase the number of factories, as I mentioned before, it's also aiming to grow industrial exports to 557 billion riyals by 2030. And of course, this means localization, not just as a policy ideal, but as a decision that makes sense for companies, operations, quality, and margins. Because we know that the global context is very important here. Over the last few years, companies everywhere have learned the hard way that supply chains can break. Shipping lanes gotten disrupted, costs have jumped, and lead times can stretch. So boards are asking a different question now. Not only where is the cheapest place to make something, but where is the most reliable to build for the long term? All right, and with that, I'm going to very warmly welcome Lucien together with his panel. Lucien? Lucien Ziegler with his panel. Come on down.
Thank you. Here? Please, in here? Yeah. Thank you. Please, go ahead. Father.
بعدك. Good to see you.
Welcome, everybody. Gentlemen, thank you very much for taking part of this panel on localization in Saudi Arabia. And I believe we should start by hearing from the PIF, our gracious host today. Thank you for hosting us, of course. I'd like to ask, and this is a great kind of scene setter for what we're talking about here on this panel, how does PIF shaping strong and long-term partnerships with the private sector, particularly in this topic here, advanced manufacturing and mobility, what role does PIF play in translating demand signaling into real localization outcomes here in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, thank you, Lucien. Pleasure to be here. I'd like to start maybe by welcoming our colleagues and our long-term partners who are attending the 4th edition of the Private Sector Forum. I think it's an exciting part of the year that we try to bring together almost 12 months of work in developing this investment. The PIF's role is basically in establishing the initial demand that's required to invest into this nascent sector, which we like to label the advanced manufacturing sectors as. Sectors like automotive and mobility requires massive demand, massive anchor demand that's guaranteed by the PIF or by semi-government, and this is our role, this is what we play. And essentially, by investing into OEM projects, we establish that initial demand, then it opens up the tier 1s, tier 2s, tier 3s, and then up to the raw material layer of suppliers. At the same time, we also launch different initiatives to make sure that we also aggregate that demand across the entire portfolio and not focus on it on a vertical status.
So that's excellent, and that's a great way to set the scene. We'll go next to Dr. Mohanad Al-Sheikh, CEO of Johnson Controls of Arabia, and this is just a fascinating story, what you are all about to hear. One of the original localization companies here in Saudi Arabia, pre-mandates, pre-incentives, Johnson Controls Arabia, invested early and often into the kingdom to become a local manufacturing powerhouse here in Saudi Arabia. And it's just such a fantastic journey, Dr. Mohanad, that we've discussed before. I want to hand it to you now. Can you walk through your localization journey? You've been there since the very beginning, of course. The milestones you've achieved and how you turned localization specifically into a commercial success story, not just a national success story.
Thank you, Lucian, and thank you to the PIF for inviting us to be here and for arranging this wonderful platform where collaborations between the private sector, governments, and the PIF companies take place. When it comes to Johnson Controls, just a quick background on the company. The company was established about 140 years ago, been in Saudi for the past 75 years ago. Started our manufacturing facility 25 years ago. And when you talk about localizations, yes, we have achieved 80%. And what I mean here, 80% of what we sell in Saudi is locally manufactured. But when it comes to localization, it's not only about the manufacturing piece of it. It's really the entire ecosystem that we've built that allowed us to move from importing 80% of what we sell in Saudi in the past, about 4 years ago, to manufacturing 80% of what we sell in Saudi today. And that meant investments in R&D, that meant investments in local capabilities, that also meant in having the right resources. We're not talking only about manufacturing, we're talking about design, we're talking about engineering, we're talking about manufacturing, and also then we're talking about maintaining our installed base. And we have the largest in the Middle East operations in our field. Johnson Controls Arabia in Saudi is considered to be the second or third largest operations for Johnson Controls globally. And we did that by owning our own destiny. And what I mean here, we combined international best practices with the local indigenous knowledge. And throughout that journey, we're able to actually improve on technology that we transferred. And when we talk about the transfer of technology, we're not talking about duplications. What we're talking here about adaptability. So the true transfer of knowledge can only be declared a success when you're able to improve on that. And that allowed us really to not only cater for the Saudi market, but also to export to other markets in the Middle East. But we also been very successful in exporting to North America, mainly the United States, the mother company for Johnson Controls, and other Latin America companies. Actually, we are now in the middle of negotiating some contracts in that part of the world. And again, we're able to do that by owning our destiny when it comes to supply chain and comes to the entire ecosystem. And when I talk about ecosystem, yes, you could import equipment, but you cannot import ecosystems. You have to build it locally. The PIF and the different government entities here, mainly the Ministry of Industrial Affairs, created that ecosystem, and were able to double down on that. When I said we established our factories 25 years ago, from day one, that factory was not meant only for Saudi. That factory was meant to cater for Saudi and the rest of the Middle East. So now, with the mega and giga projects that came about, we were able to immediately take advantage of that and supply the entire Saudi market and be a net exporter.
And that factory in north of Jeddah in Cake is an amazing accomplishment. Importing U.S. technology made in Saudi Arabia back to the United States, just an unbelievable journey. We'll move on now to Thomas Scheucher, Managing Director of AVL List GmbH, an Austrian company, and one of the world's leading firms in development, simulation, and testing of mobility systems, powertrains. We're drifting now, to use a Saudi pun, into automotive. And I want to ask you about AVL's journey in Saudi Arabia, how you entered the market. You do have a long-standing tenure here. What you saw early on and how localization has evolved as part of your now new long-term strategy in the kingdom.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the invitation to this panel. It's an honor for me being here today to represent AVL. So AVL has been founded 76 years ago, and we have been for decades shaping innovation and technology advancement, in particular in automotive, but also beyond, means in other mobility technologies, and in the meantime also in the energy sector when it comes to green technologies. Actually the story behind this, we have been active since 2010 around that, but it was run rather opportunistic, as we would say, so it was a reactive kind of business. And the story behind is that, first of all, I took over the responsibility for the Middle East market in 2022, end of 2022, and in the same year we had first talks with CEER Motors about supplying them with test systems, test equipment, instruments, and engineering. And so it was one of my first business trips to come to Saudi Arabia. I had no idea about what to expect here. And then over discussions and talks with CEER Motors, it turned out that there's more than just automotive. So the automotive cluster is of key importance for us. But with the help of Jim's team, we could connect with the PIF. The PIF connected us with other players, with companies, also with the Ministry of Investments. And over those discussions, it turned out, okay, AVL could be of great help in many of the sectors, whereas automotive remains key. And fast forward, we've taken the decision in 2024 to setting up locally, which we did last year. Decision-making process was very fast. We are active now, and we started small, and we grow it now with increasing demand. As this is an advanced manufacturing corner, AVL is not per se a production or manufacturing company, so it's more about the engineering, and it all starts with research and development on the one hand, where we do work with, for example, the most prominent research centers in the kingdom, which is KAUST and KAXT. And at the other end of the spectrum, we provide the whole portfolio of advanced test systems for vehicles, but also in the sectors of marine, aviation, energy, and defense. So I'm confident that AVL can act as a strong partner and contributor to help Saudi reach its visions.
Yeah, and that way Saudi Arabia is an opportunity of opportunities for you at AVL List. Thank you for that. Sticking with automotive sector, and I'd like to go to you, Badr, CEO of Zamel Plastic Industries. The momentum we're seeing in automotive is not an accident. It's starting to build. It's very palpable. And the move you're making into automotive is a deliberate decision. Why now? And what market pull or I guess ecosystem shifts made this the right moment for you at Zamel Plastics?
First of all, thank you for the question. Thanks for PIF for inviting us today for this great event to share our success localization stories. So if you look back to the history, Zamel Group is one of the family businesses that always initiate and take initiatives whenever it comes to advanced manufacturing. And this is driven by our motto, which is partners in nation building. So once the government announced the automotive localization plan, we were ready, geared with all people, infrastructure, ambition to be part of this journey, even prior to all the announcements of initiatives, volumes, all these stuff. This is just a mark that we in Zamel Group are always keen to add value to the country, to the economy, even when, especially when it comes to localization in advanced manufacturing.
Yeah, one of the great Saudi companies, great Saudi families. Thank you so much for that. Moving on, last but not least, and I mean that, Mohammed Shaheen from Schneider Electric. Tell us about your localization journey. It's older than me, which is an amazing statistic. Run with that.
Thank you, Lucien, for the question, and thanks for PIF for inviting us. I would say for Schneider Electric, we are a 180 years old company where we does exist in the kingdom more than 50 years now. Our first factory had been inaugurated 45 years back, where we are a company specialized in energy management and industrial automation, and accordingly, we does exist in all electrical, let's say, power to all different sites. This enhances us that we need to localize more and more and to be beside our customers. In the kingdom, the 2030 vision is looking for more localization. However, we are doing that 45 years back, and we are still doing that more and more in more than one angle. Let's say for the year 2025 only, we have just added 8 new products to the Saudi-made list by a full manufacturing, and I love the word the ecosystem said with from our colleague here, because it's not about only localizing the manufacturing as much as you need a full ecosystem of your raw material suppliers, your sub-suppliers, on how to integrate the full manufacturing. So building up, this was a real journey to have a full story of ecosystem suppliers to enable the local manufacturer inside the kingdom. We are proudly saying that we are using Saudi Arabia as our hub in the region of Middle East to export to all our neighbors and all our colleagues. So as we speak now, we have our manufacturing facility in Riyadh, our manufacturing facility in Dammam, and the new manufacturing facility in the new Spark City, the industrial city of Spark, in the eastern region as well. In addition to localizing of manufacturing, we also localize, let's say, the trading part by having our own distribution center where we can localize the distribution to our traders, our network of partners who use the products of Schneider Electric in the kingdom. As well as, last but not least, in our manufacturing journey of localization, it's about transferring the know-how to our local partners from local manufacturers who manufacture Schneider Electric panels and equipments inside the kingdom, and it's our duty to transfer this know-how, to transfer the knowledge, and let our partners make a real local manufacture.
Yeah, thank you for that, and just an amazing story that you and Dr. Mohammed are doing on the non-automotive side. It's quite a journey, and I think what we've done here well is set the scene. I think regardless of industry, we're talking about two things. We're talking about local content manufacturing and local value, but to make this durable, it's about capacity building, skills, know-how, human capability development. All of those things really matter, and they make it part of that wider ecosystem build out. So I want to come to you, Thomas, next. And part of that ecosystem is partnerships, developing partnerships, making sure that those partnerships are beneficial, durable. Can you expand on the partnerships AVL has explored or built so far in Saudi Arabia, and some of the partnerships that you've created as well in R&D? I think all of that makes it relevant to the ecosystem we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you. Where we believe we can make a huge difference is that we help the kingdom to build up capabilities in country so that technologies, advanced technologies and innovation can happen in the country. So our model is not to come here and produce, because as I said, we're not a production company. The model is to enable the kingdom and the companies here to produce and to be at the latest edge of technology and being a front runner when it comes to technology advancement. And that's what we do also by research partnerships. As said before, we have signed MOUs about such partnerships with KAUST and KAXT. Most recently, we have also signed an MOU with Aqua on advanced production technologies for e-fuels and SAF, where we also want to bring the technology here to make Saudi a front runner for SAF production in large scale. The other example is that we have a strong relationship to universities and start on the university level, not only with having doctorate degrees coming and working for AVL, but also with supplying them with simulation tools and our equipment, in particular, to have them learn with our tool chain how to advance certain technology. That could be, for example, electrolyzer technology, but it could be also electric motors, batteries, combustion engines, all those technologies we're working on.
Yeah, with knowledge sharing as the underpinner there, that's awesome, and congratulations on you're a man running in many directions all at one time, so congratulations on all you've built. I want to move to Badr Al-Sulaim from Zamel Plastics. So, and stick with the concept of joint ventures as well. Can you describe your experience in developing joint ventures from a strategic level and the key factors that keep those partnerships durable and successful over the long term?
So whenever it comes to partnership, we always evaluate it from three main factors. The first one is to see if we have a common core value. And this is always the ground to start and operate any discussion on partnership. The second, which is the most important one, where all the work is done, is adding value. So whenever it comes to partnership, we make sure that our part is adding value to this partnership. We are not just doing the partnership for the sake of the partnership. And this involves everything, all the main relevant points, from country point of view, from employees, shareholders, stakeholders. So we make sure that we have an added value role in that. Third, and the last one, we look long-term vision. So we make sure that us and our partner in this partnership have a long-term plan that will enable the first and the second one. Short term is always good to start, but without having a long-term plan, the added value won't be that what we need for our country and economy.
Yeah, so you start from a position of 1 + 1 should equal 3, and then you have a nice partnership to build on and develop it. I love that. So I'd like to turn to you, Mohammed, from Schneider Electric. So R&D is part of what you are doing in Saudi Arabia, and that really is that sort of last milestone, you could say, or launchpad probably is a better word, where you can really start innovating in ecosystem. Tell us about what you're doing there and why it's important for your business.
Sure. In order to have a proper manufacturing, you need to work on your R&D, and to localize the R&D inside the kingdom was, let's say, a big milestone that we achieved. We have our R&D center in Dammam for the process automation part of the story. We are now building up in Riyadh another R&D for the power equipment manufacturing. This R&D center will be responsible for developing up the latest products, equipments, and the latest technology for Schneider Electric in the kingdom to support the full region and not only the country of the Saudi Arabia. Worth to mention, when you are thinking of localization, it is not only about manufacturing as much as you need to work on the local talents and the local skills. And from that perspective, we have just inaugurated what we call the Academy, or the Energy Academy Tech. It's an academy that will work on delivering customized training courses to the market it is done with alignment with a syndicate of engineering, as well as lots of partnerships with all the universities inside the kingdom. The instructors or the people who are giving all the courses, all the trainings, we are proudly saying that they are from the Saudi talents. So now the Saudi talents are the one who are training the market, developing the skills, in addition to all the fresh grads from the Schneider Electric, our internal engineers across the full regions. They travel and come to Riyadh in their induction program in our first 3 months, and to be trained by our Saudi local talents. So this was a big milestone as well, to ensure that we are moving in raising up the skills of the local competencies as well as the manufacturing part.
Yeah, train the trainer, and then it becomes sustainable. Amazing work. Back to you, Dr. Mohammed, because I know how important human capability and talent is to you. Regularly named as one of the great places to work in Saudi Arabia. You really kind of build a family around you. So I want to ask you a question in kind of two parts. How have you localized talent development skills, R&D, all of that in Saudi Arabia? How have you brought all of those pieces together in just an amazing journey? And then second, what is next for you? Because you've captured several markets in Saudi Arabia by being a first mover. So what's next for you and where you're going? And how localization plays a role in that?
Thank you, thank you. See, when it comes to manufacturing create jobs. R&Ds, they create industries. And that's the reality. So now come to our journey in Saudi. I serve as a board member in King Abdulaziz University. I serve in the engineering school of the UPT University, also in Jeddah. And when it comes to R&D, I mean, I could see Saudi has huge indigenous knowledge that is not really tapped to their full potentials. And that's a reality. And we realized this early on. We collaborated to accelerate the advancements of our technology. We collaborated with local think tanks also to do that. Our manufacturing facility in King Abdullah Economic City in the past 4 years alone been visited by 10,000 people. And when I talk about 10,000 people visiting a manufacturing facility, I'm talking about knowledge creations, knowledge disseminations, and capturing and trying to bridge the gap between the knowing and the doing. And we've been very successful in doing that. When it comes to the Middle East, the HVAC industry, we're talking about heavily regulated industry. When we look at the Middle East, we talk about at least about seven different regulations and standardizations around it. So what you need to have, you have to have your R&D facilities, you have to have your development team, and you have to have your laboratories to test, because speed is the name of the game. And we've seen that. This morning, I attended a session where the topic of data center and artificial intelligence came about. We know, as a company with global footprint, that data centers is, growing in Saudi. The expectation for it to grow by almost 29% CAGR in the next 9 years. Globally, there is a shortage of intellectual resources to deal with it. And I'm talking about people to design, people to manufacture, and also to commission and start up and eventually decommission. Luckily, as I said, we've been in Saudi, we knew this, we've been in doing this and practicing it. And now when I look at the expansions and when we talk to our colleagues, we are well positioned to take advantage of that throughout the cycle. Again, it's not a panacea. We do have our shortages. We have almost 280 suppliers. We have almost 40,000 parts that go into our final products. 80%, I would say, of those suppliers are outside the kingdom. So it's a great opportunity to localize, and I know His Excellency, Deputy Minister for Industrial here, they're holding us accountable also to local content. And we cannot do it alone. We need local partners, and we need that international cooperations, and glad that we're in this event.
I'm not very good at making panels short. It's not my strength, but we don't have much time left. Thank you for that, Dr. Mohammed. Very, very insightful. So we will end with our hosts, and hopefully you're not mad at me for running over here, but we really want to hear from PIF, for private sector players seeking to work with PIF and its portfolio companies. What is the most effective way for them to engage with you? And then if you can answer, and again, not much time, how can PIF platforms that you guys have created and your programs as well help accelerate engagement from the opportunity identification moment into execution?
Yeah, sure. So I think the first advice I would give our colleagues and our partners attending here is utilize the private sector forum. This is the 4th edition of PSF, and maybe something I'd like to mention, maybe 3 years ago in the first edition, I stood on stage, we presented opportunities. I think it was 100 opportunity in the automotive and mobility sector. I'm glad to announce that by today, we've almost closed more than 40% of these opportunities. They're not MOUs, they're binding agreements. Some of these manufacturing facilities are actually operating, and we have colleagues part of this panel who basically benefited from this demand signaling. So the private sector forum is I think the best platform where everyone needs to visit company booths, talk to my colleagues about navigating this very complex system. In His Excellency's remarks today, we witnessed 100 international and local partners who've successfully passed this process. Please find them, talk to them, book meetings with them, approach us personally. We can navigate you to the best way possible. From a program point of view, we've launched, I think, very close to 6 programs targeting different parts of these opportunities. So we've identified a set of opportunities in different sectors that are actionable by the PCs or by the portfolio companies. Visit them, visit the private sector hub where you have all of these opportunities listed. Talk to ASM program about the upskilling and the training opportunities in the different academies they work with and different agreements they signed with the portfolio companies. Talk to the Musahama platform about the managers platform and the unified procurement platform they're trying to build to make sure that the demand across the PIF companies is aggregated and is clear. I think listening to my colleagues today, one of the most obvious gaps in the market is having clarity on demand and on the plans. What we try to do by launching all of these platforms is to introduce as much visibility as possible to these plans. Make sure that they understand what's the direction, make sure to understand how to work with the portfolio companies. So with that, I'd like maybe to invite my colleagues, everyone attending today, to also witness the signing ceremony after this. I think we're going to sign more than 30 agreements. All of them have passed through this process of identification and signing this agreement. So feel free to approach us and feel free to approach my colleagues across.
Yeah, congratulations on all of that progress, traction, everything you've accomplished. Each year from PIF Forum to PIF Forum, more and more gets done. Thank you for hosting us here today. And thank you all, gentlemen, for sharing your stories and your insights. Wonderful panel. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lucian. Absolutely fascinating, that discussion. We're going to continue to focus on the localization story all day today. We've heard about some of the journeys so far, from plastics to cars to electrical components, all around the country, from Dammam to Riyadh and beyond. We're going to be zooming in on a flagship industrial story for the kingdom. CEER is a joint venture between the PIF and Foxconn with a partnership for components from BMW. A clear sign that this is about building capability, not just about assembling vehicles. And we know that CEER is contributing to the objectives of Vision 2030, attracting substantial foreign direct investment, over 150 million US, creating up to 30,000 direct and direct jobs. And it's poised as well to make a remarkable impact, projecting a direct GDP contribution of $8 billion US to Saudi Arabia's economy by 2034. So to tell us much, much more, absolutely delighted to welcome to the stage the CEO of CEER, James DeLuca. Welcome.
Thank you so much for that warm introduction. Your Excellencies, valued partners, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly an honor to be back at PIF's Private Sector Forum. I want to thank PIF for the incredible opportunity to once again stand before you and to this year share the incredible success that we are making at CEER National Automotive Company. You know, our journey began over 3 years ago, and it began with an ambitious mandate from none other than His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia. That mandate was not only to create battery electric vehicles, but to establish Saudi Arabia's first automotive brand. But most importantly, to support the national goal of building an automotive industry from scratch here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. At CEER, we say we're not only starting a car company, we are in fact igniting an automotive industry. Last year, I shared all of our plans. This year, I will demonstrate how far we have actually come. As you heard, CEER is a groundbreaking joint venture between the Public Investment Fund and Foxconn, the world's largest electronics manufacturer and a true technology leader. We are the first automotive company to design, engineer, source, validate, manufacture, sell, and service a portfolio of aspirational battery electric vehicles. No one else in the world can say that. Nobody. We will offer a portfolio of battery electric sedans and SUVs in a variety of sizes for the people of this region. I'm absolutely confident that this will define electric mobility, not just for KSA, but for the wider GCC countries. Our vehicles will offer totally unique, purpose-led designs representing a new space and absolute borderless thinking, unlike anything that you've seen before. They're expressive, in fact, a physical representation of the kingdom's ambitions. In terms of performance, power, and handling, these vehicles will guarantee an exhilarating driving experience. And state-of-the-art technology will provide seamless and innovative connectivity and infotainment. The first two flagship models, a sedan and an SUV, will be revealed later this year. But trust me, we won't be stopping there. We're already busy working on the rest of the product portfolio with plans to launch a total of seven models over the course of the next 5 years. Now, as we design this world-class portfolio, advanced manufacturing and an ecosystem of partners and suppliers is absolutely critical to our success. You know, last year, I shared the plans for our manufacturing complex in King Abdullah Economic City. Today, that vision is a reality. We've made phenomenal progress over the last year. This state-of-the-art manufacturing facility one of the most advanced in the world, is nearing completion. And I'm proud to say we will begin manufacturing our first 2 vehicles in the 4th quarter of this year, the 4th quarter of 2026. The next pictures, taken a few weeks ago, show the significant progress that we have made in a relatively short period of time. Construction is done, and we're now installing all of the process equipment necessary to build these aspirational vehicles. Our paint shop of the future, in partnership with Durr, is being installed and will be ready to paint vehicles at the start of our hardware builds. It is one of the most advanced paint shops in the world, capable of producing over 30 colors in either matte, satin, or gloss finishes. Think about how far we have come since the time Henry Ford said, and I quote, "You can have any color you want as long as it's black." Next to the CEER manufacturing complex is our supplier park. 5 global Tier 1 companies have already agreed to join us in cake. Lear, Javis, Bentler, Fengjing, and Shenyang. And I'm not talking about them, I'm talking to them because they're here with us today. They will produce components and complicated subassemblies, and they'll deliver them just in time to the various factories located in the automotive cluster. You know, we believe that our suppliers are more than just suppliers. They are, in fact, strategic partners who are partnering with us in the pursuit of this industry. And this is just the beginning. There are thousands of direct and indirect sourcing opportunities to come, so stay tuned, and if you're not, get engaged. Our robust localization strategy aims to leverage local raw materials, attract advanced technology and foreign investment, and localize the production of bulky and labor-intensive components to reduce CO2 emissions and to create jobs for Saudi nationals, because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. The strategy also seeks to establish KSA as an export hub for automotive components to maximize the opportunity for the suppliers who choose to localize in the kingdom. With the execution of these plans, I can confirm that we are on track to reach 45% local content by 2034. You know, every partnership is another step in building a robust local supply chain that harnesses local raw materials and contributes to the success of Saudi Arabia. This is about deep and wide localization, localization that builds the industrial strength of the kingdom. Not just for today, this is for generations to come. At the core is our supplier park and the PIF-driven ecosystem, supported by NIDC, MISA, and MIM incentives, which allows us to attract the global suppliers while building strong local capability. We've constructed our localization strategy in 2 very distinct waves. Wave 1 focuses on high volume, difficult to ship components, commodities such as hard and soft trims, seats, stampings, bumpers, and chassis subcomponents. Wave 2 advances the more integrated systems, including lighting and wiring harnesses. In summary, reaching 45% local content, it's not a single milestone. It's the outcome of a deliberate strategy, structured planning, and focused execution, and of course, ecosystem partnerships. Last year, we were super excited to announce 11 partnerships worth SAR 5.5 billion with partners like Zamil, ALJ, Saudi Controls, and Saudi Alucast, these partnerships have matured into fully operational contracts. I think this is proof of the readiness and the capability of Saudi suppliers to meet the demanding standards of the global automotive industry. Today, I'm proud to announce that we'll be signing an additional 16 agreements worth 3.7 billion SAR. Today, our partner list includes companies like Valubed Group, NSSPC, XYG, Sika, MK Tron, all of who are expanding their commitments to us. But here's the most important part. 90% of these are not MOUs. They are, in fact, commercial contracts because we are moving from planning to execution. So at the end of the day, what is the result of all of these activities? CEER will contribute over 30 billion SAR to Saudi GDP by 2034, 79 billion to trade balance improvement, and we will create approximately 30,000 direct and indirect jobs, fulfilling our mandate of putting local nationals to work in value-added positions. I think the numbers speak to the scale of what it is that we're doing, but the numbers are just the result. The real story is how we got there, and that's through partnerships. So to our partners who are already with us, already part of the journey, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your belief in our vision and your commitment to execute. That's what's made this possible. I'd also like to extend an invitation to the balance of the companies here at the Private Sector Forum who have yet to join this journey. We invite you to become a member of the CEER family. I believe this is simply a journey that you do not want to miss because we are about to make history. I think 2026 is the year of CEER. Granted, I'm a little biased, but I truly believe that. We'll reveal our first flagship models offering visionary design, breakthrough technology, and exhilarating performance, uniquely crafted for this land, for these people, for this region. This moment is going to be more than a reveal. This moment is the start of an era. I believe together we are about to ignite an industry, inspire a nation, and absolutely amaze the world.
We evolve once more, a new identity, born from the DNA of our cars. Bold, extraordinary, Saudi. CEER, coming in 2026.
Shukran.
Thank you so much, James DeLuca. Absolutely fascinating to hear about that and really exciting to be part of the era here. 7 products over the next 5 years, sedans to SUVs, beginning to be manufactured later this year. At the cake, so from one cake to the next. And I love that comment about the deep and wide localization. 45% local content by 2034. So we are going to be moving now into the next session, which is about the MOUs. 140 agreements were signed last year, worth up to 14 billion reals. So this is really how momentum turns into real delivery. And we heard a moment ago how from that very first private sector forum, 40% of those MOUs that have been signed already delivering for the kingdom. So if you'll give us just a few minutes to get set up, we'll be back on stage. We've got quite a few fantastic announcements to get through. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Okay, we are going to get started now with our MOUs, and the first one, delighted to welcome to the stage MTC and SABIC. Thank you very much. So now we are going to witness an MOU between Tesaro and Maserat Mobility Park. And now, can we please welcome the representatives Thesaru and Shin Young to the stage. Okay, we're now going to welcome the representatives of Tesaro and JVIS. And next, Now we're going to welcome the representatives of Tesaro and Bentler to the stage. And now we're going to welcome the representatives of Lear and their MOU with Tesaro. And now can the representatives of Fengxin come for their MOU with Tesaro. Congratulations on all of those. Now we're going to bring the representatives of Nava and Maserat Mobility Park for their MOU. And now the representatives of Lucid and Bentler for their MOU. And now the representatives of Lucid and JVIS for their MOU. And we'll now welcome the representatives back from Lucid together with Xinjiang for their MOU. Congratulations. Right, we're going to welcome now the representatives from CEER and Mino Automation to the stage. And His Excellency will also be joining us on stage with the representatives from CEER and Mino Automation. Now we're going to have the representative from XYG join us on stage with CEER and His Excellency. My apologies, it's the representative from NSSPC on stage. My apologies. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Now it's time for XYG. Please we welcome the representatives from XYG on stage with CEER and His Excellency. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And finally, for CEER, we're going to have the representatives of MK Tron on stage with His Excellency. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Now the representative of SICA Saudi Arabia, please join us on stage with CEER and His Excellency. Thank you so much. And now the representative from ALJ to the stage with CEER and His Excellency. Thank you very much. And now the representative from Saudi Controls Limited to the stage with CEER and His Excellency. Thank you very much. Congratulations. We welcome now to the stage the representative from AVL List, Saudi Arabia, together with CEER and His Excellency. Okay, we're going to move on from that one. The representative from FEV, please, to the stage with CEER and His Excellency. Or we'll even go to the next one, FPI, Future Parts Industry, to the stage. Okay. We're going to carry on. Zamil Trade and oh, no, my apologies. Welcome. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're now going to welcome to the stage Zamil Trade and Services, together with CEER and His Excellency. Thank you very much. And now to the stage, Facility Management for Investment Company, together with CEER and His Excellency. Okay. Zamil Plastics to the stage for their MOU. Thank you very much. Okay, now service equipment to the stage, part of Apico Group. Okay, congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And now the representative from Supplier Upskilling Program to the stage for their MOU. And if not, we're...
Can you read the logos from here? SAC, Apico, Saudi Controls.
Okay, so we're going to have Apico, SAC, Saudi Controls, FPI, ALJ, and Alco. Okay, thank you very much, CEER. You have been hard at work, I can tell, ahead of your launch this year. And thank you very much to Your Excellency as well. Thank you. And thank you very much to Your Excellency as well. So we will now welcome the representatives from NAVA and the Institute of the Motor Industry, IMI, to the stage for their MOU.
shouldn't go like this.
It's okay. At the end. Thank you very much. Okay, we are now going to move to the MOU between Nava and Lucid. Representatives of Lucid to the stage, please, for the MOU.
Last one.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So for our final MOU on this stage, representative from BYD, please, for their MOU together with Nava. Thank you very much. Absolutely fantastic. Over 30 MOUs today, and that's just on this stage. Thank you very much. Nice to see you. Remember, last year, 140 agreements were signed, worth up to 14 billion reals. So we're going to get set up for our next session, looking at the cake automotive sector. Bear with us. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Please do take your seat. So we're going to be focusing this afternoon in our first panel on electric vehicles. They've opened a new chapter in global manufacturing. Saudi Arabia is moving very quickly to be a big part of it. And the cake, not this cake, but the other one, the King Salman Automotive Cluster, is how the kingdom is building an EV-era car industry from the ground up, bringing manufacturers and suppliers together, turning localization into something measurable. Let's bring my panelists up on stage. They each hold a critical piece of the puzzle. First of all, coming on stage, we have the president of the Middle East from Lucid Motors, Faisal Sultan, representing the hard test of the real economy, the manufacturer. Next up, we have Michael Müller, Chief Executive Officer of Tasaru Mobility Investments. Welcome. Building the supplier hub. And next up, we have Majid Matbouli. He is the Chief Industrial Valley Officer from the Special Economic Zone. So, and then finally, we are delighted to welcome the Head of Suppliers Investment Unit from the PIF, Wael Hatoud. Thank you very much, deciding where the money goes first. Welcome, gentlemen. How are you?
Great. Very good.
All right, come and sit down. So,
okay.
It's a pretty exciting moment. And Michael, when I spoke to you last week, you were getting ready for something pretty incredible. What's happening this week? What is the, tell us about the groundbreaking, and what are people going to be able to see?
Yeah, that's right. Specifically, that just a few minutes ago, we signed 5 agreements with 5 really essential Tier 1 suppliers. And that shows and illustrates that we are coming now from this project phase into acceleration. And I think that's for each and everybody the most important topic. In the past, we talked about project phase. The last 2 years, the team was really hard working on getting the things done. Now we are getting closer to this moment of industrialize. And that's, of course, something, a big milestone forward. So this day marks with signing with the 5 big suppliers, signs really a big milestone for us, not only for us, for the whole ecosystem. As the supplier park, we know that. At the end, the ecosystem is mainly driven by the OEMs, that's for sure. But without a supplier park, you will not produce cars as simple as that. And I think now it's getting real. Everybody recognizes there is something going to happen. As Lucid and CEER, also Hyundai already broke ground, and so it's getting into the hot phase now.
It's pretty exciting. We saw 30 MOUs signed, and I think between you guys, how many did you sign?
We signed 5, plus more or less the one with our landlord, Maserat, so 6 in total.
Incredible. Okay. So, Majid, from the Cake's perspective, as the master developer, tell us why here and why now? What is it about this cluster that's making manufacturers and partners choose to build with you?
Thank you, Eddie, for having me. So, the privilege that we have, we're not just an industrial land. We just don't operate as an industrial land, lease and sell. We are a complete city, so we have to look after the full integrated system of the automotive, but also the byproducts and the rest of the city that complement the presence of the employers or the traffic and so on. But we also have an embedded logistics already prior to the automotive cluster. So having the port was a big advantage. So we were privileged to have the port. And Cake was chosen to be the hub by first migrator, I would say Lucid. I'm sure Lucid had choices everywhere, but there was a lot of discussion of why, looking at the connectivity, the location, the Red Sea, the port, the access to 8 million plus population, the highways connects the entire country to the GCC, but also the railway that takes you for 2 holy cities across, makes it a bit seamless for the employees to be there. There's a lot more work to do because the automotive is evolving very fast, and the city has to cope with this growth, and we're working together. And this is probably the first, let's say, of its kind when we're all working together towards that one goal. So we get support from Lucid and other companies, PIF, of course, on bringing investors that support the ecosystem, not only directly to the automotive, but also to the city whether it's commercial, healthcare, school, education, and so on. So cake is unique. It's positioned in the heart of the Red Sea, and it's unique on the proposition of a multi-development across from industrial all the way to residential or tourism.
Interesting. Let's hear from you, Faisal, from Lucid. What's the next big milestone for you? And talk about the progress that you've seen so far that you're the most proud of.
Well, thank you for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. It's always good to talk about automotive. That's pretty much been my life. So Lucid, just go back, as Majid was just mentioning, Lucid is really the OEM that started the whole thing for the kingdom. We were the first OEM that broke ground. We are the first, manufacturer of automobiles in the kingdom. The first Saudi-made badge to the vehicle that has been given, and the progress has been great. I think we have amazing partners, and you can see, most of them sitting here, and some of them were, just on the stage prior to that. So the supply chain, is really one of the key things that we're working on, because we have the government entity supporting us. We have a master planner in Cake. We have PIF backing us, Tesoro backing us, So now the real challenge is to really get those suppliers in, and having the supplier park inaugurated, I think, is going to make us very competitive for us. So our plant here is a 150,000 vehicle plant. It's a global plant. You just saw Jim talk about, their plans for GCC. Lucid is actually planning to send vehicles out of Saudi Arabia to the full globe. So our ambition is...
When's that?
At the end of this year.
Okay.
So we're neck and neck. And, we basically have the mid-size platform that is our volume product. The prototypes are available, being tested actually in the United States, and they will be launched end of this year out of this plant. So we're looking forward to that. We are on time. Probably one of the, very few projects that are on time. So we want to keep it there, a little bit ahead of schedule actually right now. And hopefully we can make that happen.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck on that. Let's hear from the PIF. Wael, what tells you that this ecosystem is ready for more private companies to invest and build here? And what's an example of a supplier or capability that you most want to attract?
Thanks, Edie, and thanks, esteemed colleagues. Look, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be around this venue and around the specific events and the milestones that have been achieved today. I think this is really testament to all the work that has been done. In terms of what are the signs, I would really look at, the most starting point is the tangible progress on the ground. If Jim DeLuca mentioned earlier, there was a mandate to build the car made in KSA. And today we have Lucid, we have CEER, and we also have Hyundai, who have their facilities on plan and maybe ahead of schedule. Then we moved into the suppliers. What are the key critical suppliers that enable those OEMs to manufacture cars? You've seen the announcement today is a number of, initially 5 key suppliers, and these are fully localizing here. And this is, again, a huge milestone for the automotive industry. So I would really encourage private sector and general public to go to Cake, doing a bit of ad to Majid here, but go and see it and see it's real, it's happening, and we're all very excited by it. I think the other point is the policy support. We cannot claim, and there's no party that has made this progress. It has been a concerted effort with everyone involved. You have the ministries, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Investment, and Ministry of Energy, all the stakeholders that have pushed together to get here. There's also regulatory framework in terms of special economic zones and EXA. So all of it together are putting us in a really good place to move forward. In terms of your second question regarding what we want to do, I think we look at the current supplier base as very local to local focus, which is our intention. We want to look a bit further. We want to see what sort of suppliers can target the export market out of KSA, because we have a lot going on for us here.
Interesting. So, Michael, building anything from scratch is difficult. What has been tougher than you expected it to be? And I wonder what has surprised you in a good way.
Yeah, that's look, building something up from scratch, as it was already mentioned. I think there is a lot already existing. The infrastructure is there at Cake, finally, with the port. But nevertheless, you know, if you build something up more or less from zero, you are missing a lot of topics that are quite normal. I'm coming with 25 years of automotive experience. I never finally, you know, experienced that you are really starting from a greenfield. Greenfield has pros. Yeah, you can establish everything as finally as off the books and already started instead of optimizing and changing processes. You can establish it as you finally wish. On the other side, there are a lot of topics missing at the beginning. So sometimes you really wonder how did we reach that point. What is good, because that's a common effort. You know, as we are sitting here, we have to build something up. We do that shoulder by shoulder. Otherwise, it would not happen.
Was there a moment when you thought this is coming together?
It is, you know, this is normally the phase as we are, you know, today. I would say now it's. I always appreciate if you see it on PowerPoints and then it's something theoretical. You know exactly how it should look like. But if you have the shuffle in your hand, and we are coming to that more or less in, I would say, in 2 to 3 months, when we have hopefully then groundbreaking ceremony. Then it's more or less, there's no way out anymore. And this is more or less, I think the OEMs are running in front of us, and as a Tesaro supplier hub, we have to deliver. Otherwise, we will cause delays, what is not in our intention. So that's the reason why we have all one interest. We are building up commonly an ecosystem, automotive and mobility. What is unique? When else do you get the chance to build something up from scratch in a country like Saudi Arabia? That was the reason why I joined, and this is most likely the reason why a lot of people joined this exercise, and I can't wait until we go live.
Fantastic. All right, so let's talk about suppliers. What do you think benefits from being very close to you as the OEM and close to the plant? Give me an example of something.
Oh, look, you know, the suppliers, it's the chicken and the egg story, right? When you talk about the OEM and the supplier location in a brand new country that has never produced an automotive. So, you know, the challenge for us was always that when we're going to put this plant here, how are we going to attract the suppliers to come here? They need, you know, volumes. And when Lucid came here, you know, we were pretty much alone, right? At that time, there were no discussions of having other OEMs. We knew something will happen, but we looked at it very from a competitive point of view. Saudi Arabia is located in the middle of the earth, right? So you have the Red Sea, you have the port, as Majid was saying. We looked at many other countries, actually, not within the Saudi Arabia for locations, but across the globe. And we chose Saudi Arabia because of PIF, His Royal Highness's vision towards having an automotive hub, the King Salman cluster. We knew this was going to eventually happen, and therefore we actually made a leap of faith at that time to go ahead and start an SKD facility back in 2023, September, which now has been 2+ years. We're proudly assembling vehicles out of here that are all over the globe already. Suppliers, I think, wanted to see, as Michael was saying, you know, what is the infrastructure investment, the whole ecosystem. What are the guaranteed volumes, the potential of the volumes? So between Lucid, now CEER, and Hyundai, you are reaching that critical volume that the suppliers like. And coming from supply chain also in my previous life, you know, without that, I don't want to invest. I want to come and I want everything for free, right? So once we reach that volume of 300,000 plus between the OEMs, they were interested, and with Tesaro's help, we were able to get some of these suppliers signed up. And quite honestly, if you don't have the supply base, you're not going to have the competitiveness. And for us to really be competitive and compete with countries around us, like Turkey and Morocco and South Africa, we will need the supply chain to be competitive in this country so that we can actually, with the commercial feasibility, sell these vehicles all over the globe.
Fascinating. Majid, from your point of view, what do you think makes the cluster work as a real joined-up system, not as an industrial site? And tell us what you think it takes for the government and the private sector to make localization happen in practice.
So I'll take a step back and look at CAKE at the beginning. We've had Renault and Volvo assembling trucks from the site. Prior to our signing with Lucid, Mercedes-Benz moved from Jeddah to CAKE to assemble. So assembling is not what we aspired, but there was a critical mass to start with. Now, the first milestone and the most challenging one, which was obviously orchestrated by the government, is signing the first OEM. Because once you have the first anchor, then the orchestrators look at the incubator differently. They look at what do we need to do to enable that incubator, to enable the rest to follow. Now, the first, obviously, it took us very long to agree on why CAKE and how do we move forward. How do we incentivize the rest to come forward? From Lucid, you have obviously the first automotive Saudi-made CEER. And then within between, PIF worked closely with the OEMs and others to establish the factory of human capital through NAVA, Automotive Academy. So if you look at this ecosystem, the government have orchestrated it all the way from the top to the bottom. Then you have the private sector who, the chicken and egg story is what CAKE live on, right? We always waited for someone to come so we can attract the rest. So I'm grateful that Lucid took that first step forward because it just simply unlocked a lot of doors for us. Now with that, again, you have all the government now focused on bringing everyone forward. We were granted a SEZ special license for all the incentives to give in for exportation and so on. And then now you have the first believer, you have all the incentives, you have NAVA working on localizing the human capital, but you also have the PIF together with the government working on bringing the next step forward, which is what everyone was talking about, the suppliers. So that ecosystem alone is unique. And we've gone, by the way, it was not easy, I can tell you, and these gentlemen can testify what I'm saying, and a bunch of people in the crowd. This was not easy.
What was the hardest bit?
Yeah?
What was the hardest bit?
Yes, and then there was always steps where you look at each other like, is this what we're doing? Or are we doing something different? What else do we need to make this success? So I'm glad that the government and the private and obviously the ecosystem work together to make the first milestone happening. We're still in the beginning. We still have a lot to do. We're still waiting for the first full manufacturer to come out of CAKE, which hopefully is Lucid soon.
Fantastic. Well, at the start of a project like this, where's the line between supporting the market and also keeping it commercially disciplined? And give us an example of the type of support that makes a really important difference.
Yeah. Look, I think from our perspective, and collectively, we are building an automotive cluster, an industrial automotive cluster, for decades to come. We hope that it will continue to grow, prosper, expand, just like any other clusters that Faisal has mentioned, that took a long time to get to the right scale, to get to the right size, attract more OEMs, etc. So from that perspective, feasibility or commercial feasibility is a starting point. These projects, across the board, they need to be commercially viable, to be able to stand on their own 2 feet, for it to be sustainable and prosper. Now, having said that, a lot of these strategic investments will require support, especially early on, in the form of a sort of a patient investor alongside them that will support them, enable them to be able to reach that maturity. So that is where PIF played a role and continue to play the role in terms of being that investor with a long-term horizon. In terms specifically how we put things, a lot of the aspects that the PIF can help in and did help in this case, automotive industry specifically requires scale, and I think all all of the three gentlemen have mentioned it, you need the scale, you need the volume. Coming in independently, one OEM and the other, would make it even more challenging. And as PIF, we play the role in trying to just connect the various parts of the ecosystem. One, to enable demand, because now you have more customers that are willing to take those suppliers, and that de-risks it for them. But also on the flip side, for the OEMs, where you actually have local suppliers that are committed to the long term, that are providing local parts at competitive rates. And this is sort of the picture we had, and this is what we're seeing on the ground, and we'll look forward to continue doing that.
Michael, once the first supplier sites are up and running, what changes for the next wave of suppliers who are waiting and watching? And I wonder what type of supplier you most want to bring in next.
Look, it's always, the first ones are always the most difficult ones because they are really setting the foundation. And I think it's very important not to create automotive bubble in Saudi Arabia. That's the reason why I think the selection process of having the right partners next to us was done by the OEMs, of course, and at the end then with our support then to localize them. But I think the next batch of tiers, if you have the right reputational tier ones, they attract automatically the tier 2s and tier 3s. So there are already conversations, of course, we talk to plenty of them that want to localize. So what are we searching for? Of course, it's mainly driven by the OEMs, what they select, what they need as next, also to match their goals about percentage of localization rate. On the other side, we also want to see the hunger of the suppliers, of the partners in general that we are partnering with. They should have a clear idea what they want to achieve here. And I'm not just finally focusing on partners that want to produce for the local market, because at the end you cannot localize as many suppliers to have then the competition that you need. So suppliers that also have a clear idea what they want to achieve in the Middle East region, or even further above, like Lucid is doing that also. I think that's key. It's if you just come and focus on the local market, there's enough market, and of course a lot that Saudi Arabia can offer. But to be honest, with most of the partners that we are talking about, they have also bigger ideas. They want to also establish here. They have production facility, but they already work on plans to which other countries they want to supply at the end.
So with that global market in mind, Faisal, what does it take for a supplier to be Lucid ready?
Look, I think automotive industry is changing. The traditional OEMs, the way it used to be done has completely changed in the last. I come from same as Jim, as General Motors family and Ford Motor Company, and then you have their traditional legacies of OEMs. But in the last 4 or 5 years, the automation and the robotics and the AI is actually playing a key role, right? It increases your efficiency, it increases your productivity, also the skill set, that is really required on the side of the human capital, as we were mentioning now. That's where we need to concentrate on. So the supplier are also going to have to change. They will have to keep up because the OEMs are getting better in producing mass quantities out of less square footage and at a faster rate and better quality. So all of those things now have to translate into the supply chain. And I think, as you were just asking, Michael, I think the next phase of the suppliers, even the local ones, will have to realize that they will have to invest in these long-term training programs and definitely get their level of skill set and productivity to the next level to compete. Because we've seen in China, in other countries, rapid growth in productivity and efficiency. So that's what's going to have to also be kept in mind in Saudi Arabia. As we are building this ecosystem, we will have to keep working on how to keep up pace with some of the other countries and other job markets.
And when you talk about training, what particular do you need people to be trained in?
I think, look, AI is going to definitely play a role. Robots, automation has been around for a long time, and we've been But now with AI and the learning, the machine learning, it actually learns on some of the defects on the spot. Before you would have to look at a data for probably 30, 40 days worth of data to root cause something. Now you can do in a matter of hours.
Extraordinary.
And it's basically changed the way things are manufactured, completely different. So I think that's what's going to be something that we're working already with the institutions that we've formed here, and we will have to keep benchmarking some of the best in practice theories and then bring them back here.
Extraordinary. Well, when there's visible proof on the ground, which we're coming to, how does the PIF's role change, and what does success look like at that for you? What do you want to see more of from the private sector?
Look, from our perspective, what does success look like? It's effectively producing cars and selling cars. And as simple as that. And at the moment when we are producing those cars and selling them as OEMs and suppliers along as an ecosystem, that will open up a lot of opportunity for private sector that, across, right, the spectrum of opportunities. You can go from different risk profiles. Investments in tier 1 suppliers who have stable margins, offtake agreements, to tier 2 that Michael referred to in terms of processing some of the raw materials and providing for those suppliers, but also next-gen technologies that are being transferred and piloted in the kingdom. And Michael and Tassara have quite a lot of visibility on what's going on that front. So this is where we see opportunities for the private sector to really step up and into the automotive industry in general.
Majed, if this cluster is going to continue to scale quite quickly, what's the one thing you think Cake has to get right fast?
Look, I've thought about this. I can tell you almost every day. We've thought about what is it that we need to do. And I can see our clients looking at me and saying, well, what is he going to say now? So
I'm looking at you.
Yeah, even Lucid and Faisal is looking at me, and don't call me after this and go after it. So anyways, if I look directly into the cluster and not the city for a moment, because this is why we're here, I think Cake needs to work even closer than before on enabling tier 1 and tier 2. We are at a critical milestone. Still, the suppliers in tier 1, tier 2 are not the OEMs. We've gone through massive changes and challenges, and we came a lot of obstacles with the OEMs. There's already a training center that supplies the OEMs. There's already the incentives from the government. Now it's not going to automatically grow. You still have to invest a lot of incentives and effort on unlocking tier 1 and tier 2 before it goes to automatic scale. And that's just purely looking into the automotive cluster without looking into the city, because the city obviously had to evolve quickly. But honestly, the gentleman spoke a lot about the supplier in tier 1, tier 2, and we believe in Cake, this is the milestone that needs to be unlocked quickly for this cluster to grow organically.
Okay, so we've got a minute left, and I'm going to ask you for a sentence each. We'll go down the line from Faisal down. In one sentence, what's the most immediate supplier opportunity you would point the private sector to right now?
I think, look, any large bulky parts that require a lot of effort to transport, that can get damaged during transport. I think that's have been our key focus. But for an EV manufacturer, it's always the battery cell supplier, and we're already kind of behind on that. So anybody who wants to come and help us out with that, they can make their battery cells here in the kingdom. It will be really, really welcome.
All right, Michael, what about you?
The kingdom knows exactly what they want to achieve, and I think there's no mercy to deliver at the end, and it will happen. And that's there is no other play field that I see. Honestly, if I look in automotive in general, then finally in the kingdom for the next few years.
Majed, what about you? Most immediate supplier opportunity?
Look, I can't say more than what the OEMs and the orchestrators are saying, but whatever going to support or whoever comes first So the the early risers get the worms, the first comers are going to be the one paving the way for the rest.
Yeah.
So I think battery, we've heard about the battery many times, but that does not neglect the other parts of the vehicles. I think it's time for, if someone wants to invest and take the jump, like Michael was saying, no mercy, when you come in, it's worth a while.
Wael, what about you?
Potentially, what is critical is look at raw materials. Where are the raw materials that we have here? How can we use them? You know, there are parts where we have the raw materials, we have the processing capabilities here in the kingdom, we have a secondary market. I saw alloy wheels was covered in Jim's speech in terms of one of the elements or parts that will be localized. So these type of parts are primed for investment.
Fantastic. Well, thank you guys very much. It's a really exciting opportunity. So thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gents.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Son.
Eddie, thank you so much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wael. Thank you. So we're going to shift now to talking about the digital foundation that modern industry depends on. We've been talking about physical supply chains. We'll switch to digital supply chains now. Compute, cloud, connectivity, AI. We've already heard that mentioned. Saudi Arabia's national strategy for data and AI includes an ambition for the kingdom to rank among the top 15 countries in AI by 2030, just 4 years away. That's, of course, a global statement of intent, and it requires infrastructure and talent that the private sector can build into. So we're going to be discussing now in our next panel, from 0 to 1, how do we lead in digital infrastructure and AI? And to moderate, we're going to be welcoming the partner and Riyadh office lead at Oliver Wyman, Abdullah Al-Barak, together with his panel. And I think we're going to give them a couple of minutes to come in. They're going to come in about 2 minutes' time, so you're allowed to take a breath and wait. Okay, so let's please now welcome for our next panel from 0 to 1. How do we lead in digital infrastructure and AI? And I'm going to welcome together with his panel the partner and Riyadh office lead from Oliver Wyman, Abdulela Al-Barak. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining for our session today. I wouldn't want my guests to wait longer, so please, Tariq Amin, Humane CEO, a PIF portfolio company, and Shahad Attar, the head of TMT, Telecom and Technology and Media at PIF. Please join me. Thank you, everyone, for joining us in our session today. We'll be talking about from 0 to 1, how do we lead in AI and digital infrastructure? It goes without saying, globally AI has moved today from discussing pilots and tools to becoming a true national infrastructure that is required for any nation. Meanwhile, in Saudi, this priority is also growing and becoming very critical, and the opportunity really is bigger than becoming just an adopter for this technology. We're looking at how might this become a true global role as a builder, as an exporter of AI capabilities globally. Today, we'll delve in discussions about the global race in AI. We'll talk about Saudi's competitive advantage, and most importantly, how can the private sector participate in this race? Thank you for joining me in this session. Tariq, I'd like to start with you. It goes without saying, the growth globally today that we're seeing in multimodal and agentic AI is really driving significant growth in the demand for infrastructure. That demand is reshaping how the history has worked and really necessitating big differences. I would like to know your take about this and how Humane is building the full AI stack that can help to respond to this shift.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, one thing I want to maybe start sharing with you, I've been building digital infrastructure across 3 continents of my life. And there is one thing that is particularly unique that I found in Saudi Arabia that I never had, whether it is in Japan, India, China, or the United States. I am not going to educate you how important AI is. I think by now everybody is aware about the criticality of this technology, its importance to what we do in business, and its impact in society and businesses. But at the end of the day, to succeed in this race, there's actually one variable a country must solve: energy. Energy is the key factor that we need to have in order for us to be able to deploy advanced AI chips that consumes a lot of power. And one thing that really I told my board when we started Humane, when I was asked about what is the business model of Humane, I said it's really simple. Saudi Arabia today has led the world in energy exports via oil, and Saudi Arabia could lead the world in energy exports via tokens. The reason I am really confident about this, and I've been publicly speaking about this outside of the United States and China, we have a great opportunity to position Saudi Arabia to be the 3rd in the world in AI token exports. When you look at the abundance of natural resources, whether both renewable and traditional, the whole world today is chasing energy. And actually, I am not a believer at all, no matter what you hear around the concept of an AI bubble. We are far away from an AI bubble. Actually, in fact, I really tell you, we are underestimating the demand that's going to come. The world has spent most of its time today on model training. Well, now these models are maturing. Enterprises today will migrate from model training to now the necessity to deploy application, so from training to inferencing. In Saudi today, when you look at the available power capacity, it is equal to 15.7 gigawatt. Just think about this. How many places in the world that you know of that has an available power of 15.7 gigawatt, and a far much larger number that's forecasted? 20% of this capacity is also coming from renewable, whether it is solar, hydrogen, wind. We have a great opportunity to take advantage, and this is really what I think the unique advantage that we could offer, not just to Saudi. So the immediate quick wins that we have done in Humane. I went to all global companies, and when we told them the energy tariffs and the affordability factors that exist in Saudi, the availability of land, great connectivity to the world. Translate this in total cost of ownership, it's about 20 to 30% cheaper to host your AI application in the kingdom. So I'm going to share something that is not private, but it's in public today. Amazon first global AI factory will be in Saudi Arabia. This is a big win. Elon Musk X.AI, first expansion outside of the United States is happening in Saudi Arabia. Video language model company called Luma, it's 75% of its workloads are moving to Saudi Arabia. And this is not all happening because I'm writing blank checks, but I'm really advertising the advantages that we have in this country as it relates to energy, the abundance and the availability of land, and the amazing opportunity and collaboration that happen between a company like Humane and also the government sector. So I feel really at a great intersection point. We are building now one of the largest AI campuses in the world. The build already started in a land that's 20 million meters square and achieving almost 3 gigawatts by 2030, going all the way to 6 gigawatt of capacity. So it's an exciting time to be here. It's a great, great opportunity. And it's just a matter of execution to tell this to the world what the advantage of what Saudi Arabia could offer.
It's very impressive. Thank you for sharing these 2 cents, Tariq. And maybe Shahad, I pick your brain on this point as well. Saudi Arabia has really a good potential in this area, but we'd like to know from your perspective what really positions us as a different, unique global hub for AI and data in this game.
Thank you, Abdullah, and good afternoon, everyone. I mean, we can start with the obvious one. First of all, the location of Saudi Arabia, being in the hub between 3 continents, and the density of subsea cables that run through this location, as well as the already very mature digital infrastructure in the kingdom, is laying all the right foundations for building the ambitions that we have for data centers. The second one, Tariq just spoke about it. It's, AI is an energy business. And having low-cost, cost-competitive energy is the key to unlocking this sector. So together with all the right stakeholders in the kingdom, with PIF, with Humane, we're bringing and aligning all of this together to ensure that we deliver on this promise of cost competitiveness. Last but not least, which is also important, is that you have an existing and growing healthy economy that creates the foundation for demand. Building data centers away from where will be the users doesn't make a lot of sense. But today, with Saudi Arabia and what PIF has talked about today in this private sector forum, is that building with the private sector, building with the public sector as well on the priorities of efficiency and optimization are all the right ingredients to drive AI adoption. So I think these are really the key things that drive AI uniqueness in the kingdom. But again, what we have today in Humane adds one more thing, which is talent. Bringing global talent to really deliver on this promise is hopefully what will get us to the finish line.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And truly, I think when I think and reflect on the recent trip in the US, you and your team have broken new glass ceilings. That you've proven that every record can be really achieved. You mentioned Amazon. You've mentioned XAI. This is a really capital-intensive industry. Billions, if not trillions, are being poured in it. Now, for the private sector, and particularly for small and medium enterprises, how can they participate in this, particularly that some of them really have very limited resources?
So this is really a very good point to mention. Indeed, when we went to the US, we were really focused on securing the agreements around export controls for these advanced AI chips. So one of the immediate things when I moved to Saudi Arabia almost 2 years ago that I thought a company like Humane could fix. Humane needs to be an enablement for small, medium enterprises. The infrastructure piece, again, is the most critical part. Give these enterprises low cost, accessing to AI training and model capability on the chips that we have imported. So I don't want anybody in Saudi today to worry about how do I import GPUs, how do I consume them. Actually, if you look at it pre-Humane today, average duration for a company in Saudi Arabia to access advanced AI chipset from the time a purchase order is issued to a time a deployment has happened is actually 9 months.
Wow.
To me, this is a criminal act, actually. And that's why I thought, the easy thing we could fix and really advance the cause of Humane is give an abundance and availability on a cloud AI cluster, establish an investment path where Humane could invest, by the way, in startups and small businesses. We want this sector to thrive. So if we address the infrastructure layer, on top of it, when you think about companies that are working, whether it is on models, working on AI applications, or industry-specific sectors and verticals, what an opportunity to partner with us, an opportunity of a lifetime. It is really critical, and I explained this to many startups I met and different businesses with different sizes. Humane was not established to be monopolistic. That is not the approach that we're taking. A far more collaborative organization that is intended to create an ecosystem in the country that is really accelerating the adoption of AI across every vertical, whether it is healthcare, energy, banking, fintech. So it's a great opportunity, I think, for us to enable this market, whether it is local companies or international companies.
I've seen the shipment. It arrived actually end of December with the forklifts. Amazing. So walking the talk, as they say. Now, Shahad, your view, I think you see the wider PIF portfolio and you see the industry in closer pulses and checks. In practical terms, how can the companies really plug into this essence of AI boom and emerging technologies to leverage it both internally for their enterprise needs and to play a role in this ecosystem growth?
I think so many companies and leaders are asking the question right now. And almost every board meeting, board members are also putting AI as a priority, asking the same exact questions. And then you have a lot of great discussions around use cases and how might we apply this. So it's all there. And everyone says that it starts with understanding the data that you as a company or you as a leader are looking at. But my personal perspective really starts from a lot more differently. I've seen real innovation start at the front line. The first officers that sit in every department that thinks, how can I do this easier? How can I do this faster? How can I automate a certain process? And that's where I think every company should really focus on. Start with the people today in your company that are driving this change, that want to do it better. And at the same time, it's so important not to do it in isolation. What we've seen companies successfully do is that they talk to their customers, they talk to their supply chain, their vendors, and they talk to their employees. That's where you identify really where are the areas to first adopt AI. And I think a great example starts in as well Humane. What we talk about is also walking the talk, as we say. Where can you in the company drive optimization, drive cost savings, leverage AI more effectively. And I've seen it not just in Humane, because AI is not just one company. Every company should be thinking about this very seriously. And as I said in the beginning, it starts with your frontline employees and the ones that are pushing for change and asking for change. There are a lot of different tools out there, but I think it also starts with not one technology fits all, not one solution fits all. So I think a trial and test period. And I think this is what makes us in this time period very exciting, because each one of us can start thinking, can start trying. And if you're not trying and testing it yourself, even at the highest level, you're already behind.
That's interesting. I think, and I wouldn't quote, but there seem to be a lot of SaaS players a bit anxious, worried. You're a bit hammering, so you need to. Do
you want me to say the truth?
You can go ahead.
Okay.
But I ask you. That all is really impacting these companies. So my question is to both of you: if you were to put yourself in the shoes of these entrepreneurs, in the shoes of those folks in private sector companies, what would be the concrete 2 to 3 actions you would suggest for them to focus on in the next 12 months? And what really excites you most about the growth of enterprise AI?
So let me start, and I'll share with all of you a little bit of a background story. August 28 was actually the idea of Humane started. It started in the Royal Court in a meeting with His Royal Highness. 7 days later, I came back, I said, here is what the company should focus on. Humane should be focused on the AI total value chain, structured around 5 business segments. Humane Core is our data centers, core, shell, mechanical connectivity. Humane Compute is advanced AI chips, the cloud. Humane Intelligence is models and application. And then Humane Shift, I don't call it transformation. I hate the word transformation. Humane Shift is about mindset and mentality shift from where you are to where you need to be. And Humane Ventures is our VC arm. Now, if I ever want to have legs to stand on to look at my future customers and say, hey, I'm a really great at AI, the first decision that we made is we're going to do something nowhere in the world has ever happened. Every enterprise today, since 1985, November 20th, when Windows was invented till today, yes, with ChatGPT and other models that came about, how does an employee consumes products and applications? Icons on your desktop? Yes, they got better, prettier, faster, quicker. They do multitasking great. But for HR, we created an HR-specific icon, for finance-specific icons, and so on. Now, let's talk about really what we have done. And this story is the one that I will tell you, what was so challenging in the early days is the mindset, mentality, and the shift that we had to do inside my own organization. To move away from the old to the new. What is the new? Why do you need applications? So we say now you want value realization. Now I could assure you, if you take models and put them on top of legacy system and you expect magic is going to happen, forget about it. It starts with redesigning your processes, your workflows, and your organization. You need to prepare for the inevitable. It is happening. The inevitable is AI agents carrying the workflow, human beings, our policy enforcers, our model fine-tuning to deliver on outcomes and results. So we decided in Humane to build the entire operating system for the enterprise. And yes, we build systems of record for HR, system of record for finance, system of record for legal. So one example I want to share with you in Saudi Arabia, so you guys are aware of this. Take the state-of-the-art ERP systems you could purchase today. How does payroll gets generated in Saudi Arabia? You have a CFO or payroll department that goes into the ERP. They export the payroll into an Excel sheet into a file with a format WPS, into a bank portal, and you run this. Come on, this is wrong. Now you want to drive true value realization? What if there's no apps? You just have a prompt and say, run my payroll. That's it. And this is now what's happening inside Humane. We completely displaced our legacy systems. Now look, I did this to prove a point. One, whoever the future customer of Humane, I don't need to sell them on PowerPoint. I could sell them on true value realization. Come and see how my company is running today. I have my entire organization runs into 2 platforms. Humane OS, which will be launched, by the way, in Leap this year. It's a complete Linux operating system that runs our multi-agent orchestration platform called Humane One. Humane One is a prompt. It's an intent-driven platform. Tell it what you want. Schedule my meeting, book my trip, run my payroll, what's my P&L. This is value realization. So when we talk about SaaS, look, I'm not saying that they're going to disappear. But if I was a traditional legacy software company, I would really tell you there is a lot I have to reflect and think about what is the future going to be. To glue a co-pilot to a legacy system and you expect to achieve value, I don't see it, to be very honest with you. We have one enterprise, and it happened in Saudi before it happened anywhere in the world. Today, our company, Humane, is not a small entity. We are an entity that is very well funded. We have a lot of investments that we do. So when you think about having our own payroll system of record, my own team says, Tariq, you're crazy. Are you really going to build a payroll system? I said, yes. And now come and see. This is the statement. At the end of the month, run payroll. That's it. That's a declarative statement. So my own team, when they started this idea, say, really, you're going to build systems of record? Oh, this is going to be complicated. Now, November last year is when we made the pivot. The pivot is to convince people, if you know how to write in English, you are a programmer. So we use today AI coding to build all our platform. We write today 1.3 million lines of code. It's done just through AI coding tools. The struggle I had to do this inside Humane has nothing to do with technology, nothing. But the mindset and the mentality that had to be changed inside the company, that was challenging. That was absolutely challenging. And every day, if you really want to put AI in the front to help you achieve results and objective, as a leader, you have to drive this as a structured program, a reward system to encourage people to understand the technology, how to use it, how to apply it, irrespective of use cases. Tomorrow at 10:30, if you want to see a live demo of a platform that doesn't exist in the world except in Saudi Arabia, I'd encourage you to come to the keynote I'm giving tomorrow. And I'll show you a platform. We call it Humane One for one reason. An enterprise will need one IT application. How big of a change is this? One platform, declare statement, achieve results, deliver intelligence. And this was done by deliberate, by design, and it wasn't easy from a mentality and a mindset point of view. Technology is relatively straightforward. But come and see tomorrow if you want to really see how we run our company. There is no apps. Apps are second-class citizens. Tell this product what you need, what you intend, and I'll show you tomorrow something we're very proud about. And I'm proud about it that it was innovated, created in a country we're all told we cannot create anything.
We'll be there for it. Is it 10 or 10:30?
10:30 in the morning, right?
As long as this payroll system have the negotiation, like, you know, the discount that the guy cut yesterday, 8,000. Shahad, your closing thing.
Well said, and very difficult to follow up on. And I would close by re-emphasizing the objective that we have of this private sector forum, which is now that all of this ambition is communicated to Saudi, to the region, to the world, looking around the rest of the ecosystem. That's where the rest of the opportunities are. That's where the entrepreneurs need to think around, what do these data centers need? How do we ensure that they have the right power, that they have the right civil work that requires it to be built? That's where I believe also the opportunities that we bring to the private sector. And I believe what we need to be doing here to not out-innovate everywhere else in the world, if we can outscale with our energy, if we can out-align between the private sector and what the public sector is doing, we will hopefully out-execute all the rest of the world, inshallah.
That's amazing. Today we take AI is not just another technology, it's an opportunity, it's an infrastructure and competitiveness for the private sector. It will all depend on partnerships with the likes of Humane and PIF and the private sector to unleash this monster. And the opportunity is for those who take the wave and move fast and quick. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you,
man. Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fascinating, and an excellent setup for our next panel, where we're going to talk about making all of the ambition we've just heard real. Because if AI is going to be used at scale, the computing power cannot be far away. It has to be reliable, secure, and close to the people and industries using it. And that is why Saudi Arabia is building data centers right here, not just to meet local demand, but to be a hub for digital services and artificial intelligence, and the supply chains that sit around them. So we are going to get straight into talking about the opportunity, what's being built, and what is needed next, and where the private sector can plug in. So I'm going to invite up on the stage two people right at the heart of that. Ayman Alali. He's the Chief Business Excellence Officer at Center 3, part of STC Group, the national telecoms company. And Ryan Almabadi as well. He leads the services sector in the National Development Division at the PIF. Welcome. How are you?
We're good, thank you.
Well, they set us up really well. So this is going to be an excellent discussion. Ryan, let's start with you. Let's start with a big shift here. As AI moves from training to being used all day, every day, as we just heard, What changes about what a data center has to do well? And if we zoom out a little bit further, what's Saudi doing to turn that into an advantage in capability and in the supply chain?
Thank you, Eddie, and thank you for hosting me today. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. So today, if you look at the data centers, they become a strategic asset when they are built around business outcomes, rather than just infrastructure efficiency, which is, I think, is a very interesting point given the panel that we had just before us. So when it comes to that aspect, and you look at the supply chain, there are many components that we're trying to localize and work across, whether it's in the mechanical, electrical, or even in the IT data center infrastructure. And there are many examples across those layers that we're prioritizing to make sure that they get localized in the kingdom.
So, Ayman, this world is changing so fast. I wonder if you think about conventional data centers, why they still matter in an AI world. And if you had to explain it to me, non-technical, what do the traditional sites do well? And where do they need to be evolving?
Well, thank you, Edie, for your question. This is a great question. I believe everybody have this misconception regarding, do we still need a conventional data center or they will be obsolete? No, the answer, of course, is still. They will be needed for coming years. The reason behind this, not all the application or all the cases need an AI capability. AI capability needed for something different than, for example, let's take the sectors, government sector, finance sector, and business, healthcare systems. They still need the conventional data center. They are well known and well proven in their reliability, governance-wise, and they are robust. So they will be still needed for coming years. And I think the right word to describe this, it's more of elevating rather than replacing the data center.
Interesting. So, Ryan, Saudi already has more than 30 data centers operating. I think 40 or more are being built, so we're way past 70 if you include what's under construction. When you're trying to deliver at speed, what tends to be the sticking point in practice, and how are you approaching localization?
So if you look at any other project in data center space, I would think it's financing, but I don't think we're short of financing or funding when it comes to the data center aspect. But rather, to me, it's the lead time to getting components in the supply chain. And that's one of the most critical elements today. So any partnership that we try to get into, we want to secure our needs, but at the same time, make sure that we are prioritizing what do we need to do in order to localize and manufacturing in the kingdom from the different layers that we've mentioned in the previous question for the data center components. And if I look at the criticality of the different things that we are trying to localize, I would think about generators, I would think about cooling systems, and I would think about a few other elements across the value chain. But criticality is not only in the supply chain. I would think about also the latency aspect. So today, given the growth in AI compute capacities in gaming, fintech, automation, or industrial automation use cases, milliseconds truly matter. And you can't expect real-time performance if you traffic all of the information to distant hyperscale regions. So that's when data centers, or edge data centers specifically, are extremely crucial for the objectives and the goals that we have today. So there are multiple elements when it comes to what do we want to localize and how do we actually achieve the objectives with long-term manufacturing plans in the kingdom.
Fascinating. So that's the direction of travel and why it matters. Let's talk about where the private sector can plug in. Ryan, if a private company wants to be part of this in the next, say, 12 to 18 months, what should they be doing now?
So to me, there are a couple of elements, to be very honest. Saudi Arabia moving ahead in the next 10 to 12 years, if you think about what we need to do in terms of infrastructure and IP, the partnerships that we need to do with the private sector have to be built around genuine knowledge transfer, local engineering capabilities, and shared R&D. If we are truly to succeed in achieving those objectives, I think we can make a change where technologies get built in the kingdom rather than just importing those technologies from outside. And if I go to your point in terms of what are the steps for the private sector to do, there are many, and Tariq mentioned it in the previous session. So energy prices today are extremely lucrative when it comes to the kingdom. If you look at the demand and the ambition of what we want to do over the next couple of years, you're talking at minimum 3 gigawatts of capacity. If I look at the fiber optic alone, we represent only in the kingdom 3% of the global demand just on an infrastructure basis. All of those elements tell you that you can have immediate business needs, but at the same time, you need to plan for the future. Because although we want to address the needs, but at the same time, we think about how do we make sure that we're strategically positioned, not only from a location point of view, but also from a technology point of view. So compute capacity is developed in the kingdom, but at the same time, data center components that can be exported outside.
So, Ayman, let's take a data center built for today or yesterday's workloads. What are the upgrades you need to make to get it ready for what's coming, especially given what we've just heard there? And I'd love you to share an example of how you design so you can upgrade without ripping everything out later.
That's a great question. So let's go higher level a little bit. Now, when you build a data center, you either build it for a customer, so suit to build or build to suit. And by this design or this model, you have the requirement ready from day one. So you'll build it for AI or for conventional, that's easy to do. Now, if you are building it for future growth, in which you have co-location or make it ready for any customer, upcoming customer, you have to take 3 components in consideration. What AI does need? It needs high capacity of electricity, power capacity, because it's different requirement. It does need a strong cooling system, liquid cooling, and it does need high-speed connection with low latency. If you have these things ready and flexible, so the magical word here is to have flexibility in the design. If you are flexible in the design and you can scale up those 3 components, then you are set for future. It will cost a little bit more, but believe me, the investment worth here, because not doing this, you will not be ready for any change coming in, and the cost will be multiplied or even tripled. So it's a calculated investment that you need to do. Now, by doing these 3, you will be ready for the future, no matter how you design the conventional data center. And here I'm again talking about the co-location site where you have a customer comes in after you build the data center.
Interesting. What about the power and cooling flexibility? Talk a little bit about that. What's important there?
So now the normal racks would require, I think, 10 to 15 amps for this one. But for the AI, this will maybe 10 times more. This will even generate more heat dissipation, and this heat needs different cooling system. The air cooling is not sufficient anymore. You need to have liquid cooling into microchip. And this will require different infrastructure that you need to consider from day one. You cannot do it later on. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to consume or to do. Third one is high-speed internet or high-speed connectivity with very low latency. And this is also needed for this big data that will be transferred through AI.
Interesting. So, Ryan, when a global technology company is deciding where to build, I wonder what's your pitch to them that gets them across the line? And then how do you structure those partnerships so the value is created here, not just the footprint?
So to me, I'd like to draw a picture for everyone. Imagine if you actually solve the data center cooling limitations in Saudi. If you solve it in Saudi, you've solved it everywhere else in the globe. So to me, that's the simple vision of what you can do in Saudi in terms of if you solve that limitation, you've solved it across. So then it changes your perspective of what you can do from localization perspective, from creating IP and understanding how can you actually design things for success in the kingdom and use the momentum. So today there is momentum in the kingdom that's helping you as a private sector from low energy prices. There is clear direction from the government in terms of moving into data center space from a compute capacity, from a data center component point of view, and not only to become a consuming economy, but rather how do we export all of those? And the export angle is literally the private sector and portfolio companies of PIF. So today, if you go to Made in Saudi or the Export Authority, there are many incentive programs that take you abroad rather than just taking the local demand as an anchor point and only catering for the demand that you have in Saudi.
Interesting. So I wonder if you think, Ayman, about the challenges that you see coming in the next 2 years. What do you think those are?
Yeah. So there's many challenges, but let's talk about two main challenges. I believe the first challenge will be supply chain. So now everybody is building data center, everybody is focusing on AI data center, and take it through the whole value chain of building data center. Whether it's a steel structure, concrete, electromechanic, power capacity, everything now there is a pressure on this. Everybody is asking for it. So I believe in the upcoming 3-4 years, we'll have a shortage of all of this. I recall a discussion I have with one of the vendors. I was trying to squeeze him in the price, and he said, Ayman, don't oversmart. Now the game is not by reducing the price. You'll be lucky if you have a slot in my factory in the coming 2 years. So it's about availability rather than the price. So that's one thing. Other thing which is very important, I think the skill set and the capability of the caliber that needed for developing and operating the data center. Let me bring you back to a strategy that we put 4 years ago when you started Center 3. When we started Center 3, we have a strategy to made on related to the capability building. So we had three options: either buy the capability or the expertise, whether you will hire consultancy, or lease capability in which you will hire experienced, capable people, or you build the capability. By building the capability, I mean bring fresh engineers, young talent, and groom them with you in the organization. Fast forward, today I'm proud to say that 30% of our population in Center 3 are among these fresh engineers where you bring them and build them together. It wasn't easy. Now, the challenge here, you have work to do, and those young and youth need some time to grow. It was a long journey. We put them in a curriculum for 1 year. We have partnered with HEDF and with Uptime Institute. And today we are proud to say that those young engineers, male and female, are the cornerstone of Center 3. They are supervisor, they are major, and they are building with us the company. So yes, I think even more. I think those people or those young engineers and fresh graduate, they have a duty on us. It's a national or nation responsibility to all the companies to invest in them and to enable them. And you will be amazed on how much enthusiasm and energy they'll bring you to the table.
Interesting. What's, from your perspective, would you say the challenges for the next 2 years? What do you think they're going to be?
So I wouldn't look at them as challenges. I would look at them as opportunities. So to me, a simple advice is don't build your business plans for Saudi, but rather build your business plans from Saudi, where today it becomes an export hub, again, for compute, data center components, and make the local demand as the anchor point for your business. And I think that will set you up for success. There are many initiatives and programs, as Ayman had mentioned, that will help you. I'm more than happy, connect with me using the app. We will share the demand that's visible to us, as long as you have the right plans. And one thing I want to make very clear, we are not here trying to make one company successful. We want many companies to be very successful, and we would like to adopt the model that we create many synergies across the portfolio of PIF, but also with the private sector. And that also means if we get an opportunity to promote your businesses to export from the kingdom, you will have a party that will help you. And I think that's the message that I would want to leave everyone with.
Is there a decision that you think needs to be made in the next, say, 12 months that will help Saudi be set up for success?
Build your business plans. I think literally that's it from my side. If you build the business plans, we are your advisors from a national development point of view in PIF. We have no skin in the game when it comes to making investments with you. We're not the party that deploys capital. So if you really want a party that will tell you what's true and what's not true, and will also keep you honest in terms of this is a strong plan to help the economy or not, we will be the party that will help you out, and we're happy to help.
And anything from you as well, with something in the next 12 months?
I think everybody is building in the market, so I think the magical word is collaborate. All the DC players have to work together toward the Vision 2030.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much to both of you for that fascinating discussion. It's moving so quickly and fast. Let's give them a very warm round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Have a nice meeting.
Thank you. So we're going to be moving from data centers to what capability can unlock and that's going to be starting in health. Because once you can store data securely, move it quickly, and process it at scale, you can start to as well compete in areas like clinical trials and attract global partnerships. So in just a few moments, we're going to be moving to a panel around advancing Saudi Arabia's competitive edge in clinical trials. And we've got a number of speakers for those. And we're going to be welcoming, as the moderator, Dr. Nikhil Idnani, who's the Managing Director and Partner at BCG. I think we'll pause for just a moment while they come into the room, and we'll get that started in just a moment.
Thank you. Yeah? Ready, everyone? Yeah, sure. Ready? She told me she will introduce. Will she introduce me? Go ahead. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Today we're going to have a session on talking about how to advance clinical trials in Saudi Arabia. This is a session to talk about how Saudi can gain a competitive edge in clinical trials. As you know, as part of Vision 2030, Saudi is looking to build an R&D ecosystem of research and development. Healthcare is a very big focus sector in that, and a key part of success is doing great clinical trials in the country. So that's what we would cover today. I think I've been introduced, but I'd love for you to meet our distinguished panelists. So I'll let them introduce themselves one by one.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here to see this crowd. My name is Khalid Al-Braikan. I'm the Deputy Minister for Health Investments. It's a fancy title, but I oversee the investments in healthcare across the value chain. Historically, I've been on your side. I've worked in the private sector in different multinational companies, primarily related to drug development, healthcare, and pharmaceuticals. I look forward to spend the time with my colleagues to talk about advancements in clinical trials. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Rashid?
Hello, thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And we really hope that you like the forum so far across all sectors. My name is Rashid Al-Hamidan, and I lead healthcare and consumer sectors at PIF. I have been working on venture capital, private equity, as well as working in the transformation of the Ministry of Health, and really happy to contribute to this panel.
My name is Fahad Al-Sawi. I'm the Chief Data Officer at Lean. I lead the data and life science practice at Lean. For people who doesn't know Lean plays as a digital health enabler and ecosystem player in Saudi.
Pleasure. Thank you very much for the invite. This is Mazen Hassanin. I'm the Vice President of Research Innovation at Faqih Care Group, a private healthcare company. I'm also the founder and the managing director of SVAX, a biotechnology company. Pleasure to be with you guys.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for joining this session. So before we start talking about Saudi, maybe a couple of points on the global scene, right? And how do global best practice countries become a hub for competitive clinical trials? I think the way to think about it is you need to put yourself in the shoes of the sponsor of the clinical trial and understand what drives their decision to do the trial in your country or not, right? And sponsors are looking for speed, but they're also looking for reliability, right? They need predictability, they need speed, they need quality in their trials. So sponsors really value transparency. They value a quick ability to, to get a sample. They have good infrastructure, funding. All of these things are really valued by sponsors. So I think we'd like to see how that could be translated to Saudi and talk about what Saudi can do to become a competitive edge. So maybe I'll start with you, Dr. Mazen. The first question would be, what would you identify as Saudi's key strengths in clinical trials today? But also, where do you see major gaps or challenges?
Right. So I think we'll be presenting both at the same time because some of the strengths are also good opportunities for quick interventions and quick wins. The kingdom, as a leader in the region, has a reasonable sized population with a reasonable market. And I think that's on itself, on the regional level, plays a significant role to enable clinical trials, giving the population density. And not only that, it also currently plays an interesting game where we have the local representation of the Gulf region, but also we have enough expatriates presence that we can also present the global ethnicity, and that's, I think, important when performing clinical trials. The infrastructure is very strong in terms of healthcare systems. The hospitals are all well equipped with hospital information systems, with LIMS systems for the labs, and so they have pretty much what is needed to execute clinical trials in terms of an infrastructure. And there's enough quality systems in each hospital to really quickly transform those systems into enablements of clinical trial execution. That also comes with the strong healthcare providers. Most of them are well educated and well trained to also participate in clinical research work, whether trained locally or abroad. I think the gaps and where the opportunities lie today is there's a large untapped hospital beds today when it comes to clinical trials, humongous. The amount of beds being utilized for clinical trials are extremely low. And so the opportunity to expand that across the nation is a big opportunity. And I think it might come with an interesting business model that is unique to the kingdom, such as an SMO style. I think there is an interest here to also bring in the economic value of clinical trials in the kingdom. I think this is a new mindset that the healthcare system is starting to think about. And so this also brings an opportunity in how to expand the clinical trials in the kingdom. Those are two weaknesses today exist, and I think they create a good opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mazen. That's a great segue, maybe. So you see there are a lot of strengths. There's hospitals, there's all of strengths, but yet they are under-penetrated in clinical trials, as you said, right? So maybe I'd turn to you, Dr. Khalid, and could you tell us how important is maybe regulatory agility? How important is funding, right? I think what would be needed to increase the penetration of clinical trials, as Dr. Mazen said?
Thank you so much. I think this is an excellent question and also excellent answer by Dr. Mazen. I think we have to understand that this is driven by a vision, right? So we're not talking about clinical trials as a science. This comes from a vision which basically transformed the kingdom into a knowledge-based economy, right? So historically, our economy been dependent on oil. So how we can transform that economy into a knowledge-based economy. And I think one of the strengths we have is our healthcare system, where we have a leading transformation plan, leading institution, leading universities when it comes to healthcare services, how we can transform this. So it's based first and foremost on national aspirations driven by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, Prince Mohammed bin Salman Vision 2030, to transform the kingdom into a knowledge-based economy. So that's the broader policy that we all work with across the government. So if you dissect that in healthcare, how we can uplift our capabilities into contributing in that knowledge-based economy is we need to be more aggressive in research and developments, whether it's from the early stage or the late stage developments. Now, if you dissect this more, you will find that late stage developments, we are ready to go. We're ready to be a very competitive hub globally, driven by so many advantages. First and foremost, our regulatory agencies. And I think, you mentioned in the beginning of the session is speed is very important, right? If you dissect global clinical trials, you see, for example, Eastern European countries is the leading countries in contribution of healthcare. They're excellent countries, excellent healthcare system, but I think if you dissect that advancements and where it happens, it's basically driven by speed, quality, and efficiency when it comes to cost per conducting clinical trials. But here in the kingdom, we're creating much broader policy shaping activities. Is what we call it at the Ministry of Health, at the central government, is our flywheel of innovation. That flywheel based first and foremost on innovate in the kingdom, whether it's late stage or early stage, but we want you to innovate in the kingdom, whether you're a Saudi citizen, expats, global talents, come innovate with us. In clinical trials, we're much advanced because we have the infrastructure, as Dr. Mazen said. Then we will make your access to the market faster than any other countries in the world. So that's where you can scale up your innovation. Then we will give you all of these incentives driven by this government approach to reinvest back into the future innovations that are coming from the future. So that flywheel of innovation is targeting first and foremost speed, regulatory agency and agilities, and also how we can scale up the innovation faster than any country. And I'm happy to report back, as of today, just with our regulatory agencies, for example, that oversees approval for clinical trials, our Saudi Food Drug Authority it's been classified as level 4 WHO maturity level. That's just in par with Singapore and South Korea. This agency is only 20 years of age, right? We have launched our breakthrough registrations pathway, which in nutshell, if you develop the medications, whether it's medicine, medical devices, medical technology, in the kingdom or part of it in the kingdom, you will receive early access to the market. So your market authorizations will be very faster than any other countries. And I'm also happy to report to you that many multinational companies now have considered the kingdom as a launch country. We have launched indications even faster than the FDA in America. And we've become very agile in changing our regulations. Just October last year, we have launched the first AI physicians. It's not assistant physician, it's not AI nurse. It's an AI physician clinical trials approved by the SFDA in partnership with the Humane and Lean, which is a PIF leading companies in digital and artificial intelligence. So to lump that sum, and I think you answering to the question is already a plus and advantage, is we're not targeting one single policy arm, we're targeting to create a flywheel that basically make it easy to do knowledge, whether it's clinical trial or others, in the kingdom, make the kingdom market available. So when you make the kingdom markets available, the wider region will become available, and make it easier to reinvest back in that flywheel. And hopefully, as a Ministry of Health, we have so many priorities, right? I think many diseases still cannot be treated, cannot be cured. We have our natural need. The leading cause of death we have is cardiovascular diseases, which could be preventable, right, if we allow that innovation. So regulation is one of the advantages. We're targeting a flywheel that hopefully will uplift the innovations in the kingdom.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Khaled. Sounds very exciting. I feel like I should invest immediately. But maybe we'll go to Rashid. So wearing the investor hat and the PIF hat, perhaps. The market for clinical trials is very competitive globally, right? And Saudi is doing a lot, as your speakers have said. What else could Saudi do, and what could Saudi prioritize to attract sponsors, international sponsors, CROs, research partnerships? What would you look for the country to prioritize?
Excellent. So to better answer this question, we would like to highlight first why we are here as PIF and how we think about it as well as PIF. We are here for two main reasons. We believe first that we contribute to the innovation flywheel for the Ministry of Health. Actually, PIF has been mandated by the National Biotech Strategy to open dialogues with venture capital companies to understand what will bring them to the market. As part of our ongoing exercises that we have done with them over the last year across 5 business centers in the globe, we have learned that clinical trials is one of the main enablers for them to come. And on the second part, we look at it as well as a demand driver and demand generator for biomanufacturing, where Lyfera, along with Jamjoon Pharma, are investing in order to create a capacity for biologics and vaccines in Saudi Arabia. We are an enabler by instance to the ecosystem in general, and that's how we position ourselves. When it comes to the how, we look at the how in 3 ways. First way is that how could we make clinical trials quick and predictable? 2, how could we work with the ecosystem to ensure that market adoption is in class or even better, more competitive than other global markets? And third, how could we create a competitive edge through data and technology that we have leveraged, which my colleague Fahad will later on explore in more details. I will focus on the first 2. First one, we segregated that with the ecosystem into 3 aspects. One aspect around how quick is it to enroll the first patient. Second aspect is how could we make sure that recruitment speed and enrollment rate is in par with benchmarks. And the third aspect is how could we make sure that once the clinical trials are conducted, data are locked, handed to the sponsor. And in order to do that, we started from where we are. The first one takes us currently 3 to 10 months across different clinical trial stages. We are moving towards 3 to 6 months, and we are announcing collaboration with the Ministry of Health at Bio, how we are approaching that in more details. Second aspect is that we are now recruiting around, or we are rolling 5 to 6 patients out of 10 promised. We are enhancing that through interventions that will be delivered by Lean and other stakeholders in the ecosystem. On the third aspect, we are working with clinical sites to ensure that SOBs, as well as the needed requirements from training, etc., are in place to ensure that data are closed on time and handed over to the relevant sponsor. Now, moving to the second part of this, which is adoption, market access, enhancing more the appetite of sponsors to look beyond the core investment of clinical trials. We are working closely with the Ministry of Health in order to tailor that in a way that's acceptable to the market. And under the leadership of Dr. Khaled, we will hopefully announce it at Bio Middle East.
Thank you. Thank you, Rashid. Sounds fantastic. And maybe a great segue to the last question on digital, because digital and AI is everything nowadays. Fahad, question to you. Looking ahead, how can digital, AI, how can these increase the efficiency of the trials, the speed, and the competitiveness for Saudi?
So I'll start with what my colleagues, Dr. Khalid and Dr. Manzil mentioned, which is time. So time is very important for pharma companies. So the way we address this challenge is we looked at the value chain of clinical trials, starting from feasibility, which identifying whether there is a feasibility in doing a clinical trial at the beginning, up to adherence and adoption, and then measuring the efficacy of the clinical trial. So what we do at Lean is to enable the value chain. So we start in helping the pharma company to assess the feasibility of doing the clinical trial at the beginning. We have an advantage in Saudi. We have a robust clinical data repository in Saudi. So you can identify whether the cohort that you're looking to do a clinical trial on, does it exist or no? This is possible without doing any investment at the beginning. So it will give you an encouragement whether there is an ROI on your investment when it comes to clinical trial. Once you decide to move in and do the clinical trial in Saudi, one of the main challenges is how to recruit patients. So again, we have an advantage in Saudi. We have a centralized patient portal where you can access directly the individuals and the patients, and you can communicate with them initially to check whether they are interested in doing the clinical trial, and then they can give an initial consent and move to the next level of detailed consent. This uplifts a huge burden that is being done in a regular way, and it will be managed to be done in an automated way. And then go to the next level where you, rather than have a heavy operation where you follow up with the patients, call them every week to check on their adoption and adherence of the medication, in addition of any side effects. We are now working closely with our partners on automating the full journey. So we will be capturing the adherence, the side effects, fully on Sahati and other digital platforms. In addition to collecting the information that is within the ecosystem, so we can provide it to the pharma company to do their research and reporting. When it comes to touching back on the adoption of AI, one of the challenges that we been asked to solve is okay, we have clinical notes that is segmented across different hospitals, how we can manage to extract certain insights from these clinical notes and manage to produce an outcome to encourage certain companies to do clinical trial. We're using large LLMs to extract insights and structure this information and link it also with the clinical data. And we provide reports and insights to enable and support the pharma to come and invest more in clinical trial. So what we are planning to do, and we see in the coming future, the value chain of clinical trial in Saudi will be different. It will be much easier, and time will be playing a big role and advantage for whoever decide to invest in a clinical trial in Saudi.
Thank you. Thank you, Fahad. So thank you, everyone. That was our last question. I hope this shed a lot of light for you on how Saudi is gaining competitive advantage in the space. The regulations are very agile. Right? The PIF is enabling the ecosystem, digital is accelerating it, and the infrastructure and all the capabilities are there. So I hope this provided some clarity. And if you have any more questions, feel free to catch us after the session. Thank you to my dear panelists, and thank you for attending.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Dr. Nikhil Idnani as well for that session. And we're going to ask you to just leave the stage. Thank you so much. Sorry, thank you. And we will be back in just a moment with our next panel, Fueling Innovation, Biotechnology, Venture Capital in Saudi Arabia. We'll be back in about 2 minutes, so don't leave your seats. Okay, we're going to get started with our final panel here. And of course, clinical trials, which we've just been hearing about, prove what works. Venture capital helps to turn that proof into scalable companies, products, and manufacturing. So for our next panel, we're going to please welcome Manager of the National Biotechnology Strategy, Lean Bhatta. Come on stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It is great to see such a strong engagement today as we gather for the 4th edition of the Private Sector Forum by PIF. This session focuses on how Saudi Arabia is building the foundations for a biotech venture capital ecosystem, from early science through to scalable investable companies. We'll explore what's already in place, where gaps remain, and how public and private partnerships can work together to build a long-term pipeline. I'm joined today by 3 esteemed speakers who bring complementary perspectives across global investments, venture creation, and ecosystem building. Please welcome Mr. Carl G., partner at Hill House Investment, one of the world's largest and leading alternative investment firms, bringing deep experience into long-term investing and impact-driven opportunities. Mr. Alec Reynolds, partner at Flagship Pioneering, a venture platform creating and developing groundbreaking sciences. Dr. Yazid Sufyani, general partner and CEO of IB Ventures, Saudi Arabia's first dedicated investment platform, working at the intersection of capital policy and ecosystem development. Welcome.
Thank you.
Great to be here.
Let's get straight to it. To set the stage, I'd like to start with the wide lens. When capital looks at emerging biotech ecosystems, timing and credibility matter just as much as opportunity. Mr. Carl, if I could start with your good self. From a global investor's perspective, what makes Saudi Arabia a timely opportunity for biotech today? And what signals beyond capital do investors look for before committing capital at scale?
First of all, thank you very much for having me on this panel. It's a true pleasure to be here. And with regards to your question, I think the previous few panels really say it, right? We've talked about AI, data center, and we've talked about biotech in Saudi Arabia. Currently, as many of us know, AI is changing the world and it is transforming life science. New modalities are emerging, and all of this is causing innovation in life science to globalize, to decentralize. It's creating new opportunities for new clusters and new ecosystems to grow up. And here lies the opportunity for Saudi Arabia, for the kingdom. And when we look at the endowment of the kingdom, actually you see the opportunity to build a digital-first ecosystem rather than being analog. This is something that is quite unique given all the things the prior panelists talked about. And to us, this has been really exciting at Hill House to really see if we can take part of that. And to your second part of your question, as you talk about what are the signals that for us show the emergence of a new ecosystem, of a new cluster in terms of investability. For us, the way we think about it, really a system consists of multiple parts. The first, I would say, is really policy. If you look across ecosystems in the rest of the world, whether it's Boston, whether it's San Francisco, whether it's Cambridge, London, Shanghai, Beijing, many of them formed over many decades. And the speed of formation actually directly correlates with the intent of the leadership. Was it created spontaneously, serendipitously over many decades, or was it a result of policy, regulation, and a concerted effort? And here in Saudi Arabia, where we see Vision 2030 and National Biotech Strategy, that's a really good sign, where you're really coordinating to create that ecosystem. Then it's regulations. Dr. Khalid in the prior panel actually talked about the importance of regulations. We see the SFDA having really, what I would say, done the impossible, which is, on the one hand, match global best practices as a regulator, which is actually absolutely key, in terms of portability and credibility of the market. But on the other hand, being speedy, being efficient, having the SFDA speed, that in many, many successful ecosystems have been very, very key. Then it's talent, right? Obviously, right now we see the amount of emphasis the kingdom has put in terms of building that talent pool for biotech. And hopefully with Hill House, as we bring some of our companies over here, we're able to really create a lot of potential job opportunities for these young graduates to be trained as biotech professionals. And then the last but not least is infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, I don't mean platforms, I don't mean hardware, I don't mean just the real estate, but platforms that really lower the hurdle for entry when it comes to innovation. Whether this is the CRO, CDMOs, or innovation laboratories, incubators. For example, one of our portfolio companies, Biotech, has recently really looked to expand to Saudi Arabia as an enabler of the ecosystem. Having these type of infrastructure really allows innovators to be able to take advantage of a platform and not have to reinvent the wheel all the time. So with all these in place, that's when an ecosystem can really become very vibrant. And with that vibrancy is what, to me, gives us confidence in terms of the long-term viability and success of the Saudi ecosystem.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you for the insightful ideas and enablers that you have shared. Building on that wide view, let's turn to how Saudi Arabia is intentionally shaping its own model. Dr. Yazid, how is Saudi Arabia positioning itself as a compelling market for biotech venture capital, and where does its structural advantages compared to other markets like the US and Europe exist?
Thank you so much, Lean. Appreciate it. I'm a pharmacist, by the way, so I'm a proud pharmacist. I'm not a physician, but to your direct questions, I believe Mr. Carr have given us the global oversight of how our partnership from the global sector can see how is the Saudi ecosystem is moving. But from an internal point of view, what I'm grateful about is this is one of the first time, if not ever, you could see policy alignment, you could see talent, you could see a capital hungry that is not real estate focused or a short-term minded about the biotechnology. Saudi now considers itself as one of the fastest growing, if not the fastest growing biotechnology ecosystem globally by 14 plus something CAGR, and we represent 2 to 3% out of the biotechnology sector globally. Just to understand the Saudi market and how its nature is different than the European and US market, we are a publicly governmental driven market. So I always tell entrepreneurs and founders that please think that see the alignments of your idea to the Saudi ecosystem, understand the reimbursement cycle and how that could fit just for a more prosperous society and more innovative, let's say, solutions to the ecosystem.
Thank you very much. So we've talked why Saudi Arabia, why now? Let's move one step closer to the investment decision itself and consider what it actually takes for a biotech company to become fundable. We hear things like fewer than 10% of drug candidates entering clinical development receive approval. Alec, based on the current efforts, how is the growing clinical trial ecosystem based on, referencing the previous great panel that we've just listened in, creating opportunities for venture capital investments, and what areas are most ready for private capital to scale?
Great. Thank you, Lane, and it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. So to give some context and a concrete example, so Flagship is based in Boston. It is a creator of companies, new science platform companies that can give rise to 10, 15, or 20 medicines each. We've created 100 of those over our career and our history, and there are 40 that exist today in our ecosystem, Moderna being one of them. And we also have an internal R&D unit that is creating a pipeline, but in the early stage, that is on the measure of a mid or large pharmaceutical company. So relative to His Excellency in the prior panel, the importance of early clinical research is extremely important for early stage companies trying to demonstrate the usefulness of their technology, the application to patients, and the differentiation of a novel medicine. And so for us, it has been said, there's a major change going on around the world as to where those studies are run. From Europe to Australia to China, multiple regions are now offering competitive clinical enrollment. But Saudi Arabia is one of them, and Flagship here was very happy to announce in November in Washington, upon the visit of the Crown Prince, a new collaboration with Kmark, the major research institution here in Riyadh, to begin novel treatments in phase 1 and phase 2 studies, right? That very early initial treatment of novel medicines where Kmark will be among the very first centers in the world to test those patients in diseases that are highly prevalent here, genetic diseases, including 2 new medicines for sickle cell disease. So we are very excited to create this partnership with Kmark in order to enable those studies to begin and to enroll here. In the prior panel also mentioned the funding gaps. Companies don't come here yet for phase 1 and phase 2 studies. They may come for later research or after marketing approval. So we have created an investment opportunity that can give rise and funds those early stage clinical research, and for private sector investors to participate in the companies that so do. Here in Saudi Arabia, we're excited to create that this year, and we expect those trials to run in the first of several, so 8 trials over the next 3 years.
Thank you very much, Alec. That raises the question of ecosystem readiness, not just individual companies, but the platforms around them. Dr. Yazid, back to you. Based on your experience building Saudi Arabia's first dedicated biotech investment platform, what foundations for a biotech VC are already in place in KSA today?
Good. So if we can look at the Saudi ecosystem, we could find on the far left the labs and infrastructures. And I believe the government have done a great job when it comes to a top tier labs and machines and infrastructure that's now it is among the top. And on the far right, you could find capital. Capital is not an issue, but even direct sufficient capital with a clear fund manager who can understand VC and biotech in Saudi is critical. In between, you can see entrepreneurship, founders, and companies that need support. I believe the role of IB Ventures in Saudi is not only by putting some capital and lay around for another 2 or 3 X's. No, our main focus is not to be just a passive investor, but a hands-on experience. Alhamdulillah, we have made our first deployment in collaboration with Wa'ad Ventures 3 months ago. And our main idea of that investment is to bring the phase 2 trial here at King Faisal. We believe that bringing the know-how, bring the economy of knowledge in Saudi is great. And one more thing specific to the entrepreneurships and the founders, that usually we are not questioning the science, we are questioning the process itself. So if you can get yourself out of the scientific narrative and focus on the translation and investment narrative, think like a CEO, and adapt, let's say, the technology and the know-how you're bringing to the local market, I think that is the right thing to move on.
Thank you. It seems like we're hearing a lot about the second phase of clinical trials and what's beyond that. However, biotech ecosystem or biotech sector in general is a long-term play. Biotech companies take an average of 10 to 12 years from founding to first approval of regulation. And so it is a long-term play. Carl, back to you. Based on other markets you've seen evolve, what role should long-term capital and anchor investors play in de-risking early ecosystems like biotech?
So on capital, I'll say 3 things. The first is that as we talked about in my prior conversation just now, you need to have an ecosystem first, and then you put in the capital. Capital is like the rocket fuel engine, and the ecosystem is like the engine, right? So only when you have an engine and you put fuel in it does it take off. Not having an engine, just having the fuel, often is a recipe for disaster. So that's one. Secondly, with the engine ready, it's about how do you have, as you say, long-term, patient, value-added capital. As you alluded to some of the statistics around success rate of innovation, drug discovery is hard. It's a long. How can capital partners be value-added investors, right? So in the case of Hill House, we try to let scientists do science. How can we help them in terms of HR, in terms of recruiting, business strategy? Can we build an ecosystem around them so that instead of them having to do from A to Z, they can focus on what they're good at? So that's the second thing. Can capital provide more than just money? And I would say the third thing really is creating the flywheel of capital. So we see this in the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. For a long time, there weren't many biotech companies that became public in Hong Kong. Hill House was very fortunate to be able to have an opportunity to help shape policy around listing of public companies in Hong Kong. What that allowed was really companies that previously weren't able to access the public capital markets, but because of their innovation, because of their unique metrics and credibility, to be able to tap public markets. That actually creates the flywheel for venture capital, growth capital, to be able to get money, their capital back, to reinvest back into earlier stage innovation. That flywheel then becomes a very healthy circulation of capital within the biotech ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Carl. I'll summarize it. Talent is the engine, science is the payload, and capital is the rocket fuel. I'm aware of the time. We're enjoying the conversation. I'll present maybe one question to the group very briefly and quickly. What would you be most excited to see emerging from Saudi Arabia's biotech ecosystem over the next 4 to 5 years? Very briefly.
Very briefly. So Flagship is an ecosystem. It's 10,000 people in Boston. So we study ecosystems over the world and how they're created. We're interested in how they're created much, much faster than they have in the past, 20, 30 years. I think in Saudi Arabia has all the ingredients, talent, human talent, data, AI investment, low-cost energy, but the will to create a major ecosystem here. So I think the ecosystem here of companies that gives rise to a national champion, I think is what I would envision, that is exporting novel medicines to the world.
Thank you, Alec.
So what I'm most excited about is, first of all, life science and AI. Plus, in a world of increasing complex supply chains, Saudi Arabia being a connector country. When you're able to co-locate wet labs, whether it's chemical or biology, with AI racks, and then you put that together, can you really change the way innovation is done? And with that, you go back to the people. How can you, as a result of that, innovate and create value for the Saudi people, for the people of MENA, and then for the people of the world?
Yeah.
So for the next 5 to 7 years, I'm just going to be ambitious, but our plan is, inshallah, at IB Ventures, we will be supporting and leading the first biotech unicorns in the region. Why I'm saying that? I believe the system is here, the system is strong, the system is agile, and I believe it's need to be more and more agile when it comes to regulatory frameworks and some of the IPO regulation. I believe right up the moment, entrepreneurs bring innovations, capital bring discipline, and government bringing very clear direction to the future.
Thank you very much. We hope to be celebrating these success stories as part of the Kingdom's biotech sector. Thank you for a thoughtful discussion. What's clear is the biotech as an ecosystem takes coordinations, patience, and long-term commitment. Between government efforts, strong private sector momentum, and the direction that is set by the National Biotechnology Strategy, Saudi Arabia can support shaping this sector. And conversations like today's are an important part of that journey. Please join me in thanking our esteemed speakers.
So much.
Thank you, Lean.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists and to Lean as well for that fascinating discussion. We're going to be closing out the day talking to the builders, the companies that are manufacturing now and scaling next. Bear with us while we get the stage set up, and we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes. Fantastic. All right, we are going to close out our day with the companies that are manufacturing now and scaling next. The PIF's Accelerated Manufacturing Program is structured, it's practical, and there are 33 different business and training technical modules. And that gives you an idea of just how hands-on this session is. You're going to hear from the current AMP cohort now, highlighting what they make, what they've learned, and what they need next to scale here in Saudi Arabia. So to kick us off, please welcome the head of MENA Investments Planning and Governance Excellence at PIF, Engineer Rami Al-Jabri. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome all. This is the second cohort for the Accelerated Manufacturing Program. Second year in a row. I'm very pleased to be here announcing the graduates for the second cohort. The Accelerated Manufacturing Program, it's been sponsored by PIF from last year and with the continuation of this year. A number of companies that are very essential, very important, that will equip all of our companies to accelerate. All of those small, medium enterprises have already been working with our portfolio companies. This journey has to continue with you. So what's the objective of an accelerated manufacturing program? First of all, this is creating value for our portfolio companies. It's very important to be with the portfolio companies as a supplier, as a partner. Those are partners that can gain us the value that we are seeking. Those are local manufacturers that will unlock strategic opportunities and accelerating the growth, not only for them, but for the full ecosystems. So we haven't focused in a single region. It's focused in different regions within the kingdom. 29 participants across diversified sectors, 7 diversified sectors, with an average of 36 million revenues and an average of 96 employees. So what are the value proposition of the Accelerated Manufacturing Program? This is a global and local field trip that has been conducted. We'll continue to do this journey through those road trips. Second, one-to-one mentoring programs for the participant. Also, an access to all portfolio companies with the overall qualification process that has taken place all of the portfolio company. So all of the participants are now qualified as a manufacturer or partner with our portfolio companies. Also, with the access to the expert, not only within PIF expert or subject matter expert, but also an international expert. So what was the focus and what has been conducted for this year? 40 participants have participated in the second cohort, which is a large number comparing to the 13 participants last year. 550 meetings have been conducted, and in-person meetings with the portfolio companies. 350 man-hours of technical training that has been conducted. 2 roadshows that has been conducted in China and Spain for the research and development, and also for gaining the knowledge from China and Spain. With now, I would like to introduce all of the participants to start with their presentation to show off their participation and presenting the portfolio companies. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you very much for coming here today. I promise today will be worth your time, worth your while. You're going to listen to 16 different manufacturing companies. Some of them slice, some of them dice, and it comes with everything that is nice. It comes in 3 different sizes, small, medium, large. I am going to be the first manufacturer who's going to talk to you today. What we do is we reverse engineer manufacturing part. What is reverse engineering? So let's talk about what is reverse engineering. How can we make this very interesting? The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is embarking on a large number of ambitious manufacturing projects. These projects require parts. A lot of these parts are imported from overseas. So they're facing a serious problem in supply chain, but it's masked as a localization and manufacturing problem. So how do we overcome these issues? Because supply chain gets threatened by disruptions in tariffs. So there are some basically global and regional issues like wars, regional wars, that we need to overcome. So how do we do this? We have to rely on ourselves. For example, these issues are real because, for example, Saudi Electric Company loses 167,000 riyals per day when they're not using their systems. So how do we do this? We bridge this gap by creating the digital blueprints, the drawings, everything is based on drawings. You create a 3D model, 2D dimensional drawings. You create those in order for you to create your digital assets. Anything that you want to do in Industry 4.0 technologies relies on 2-dimensional drawings and 3-dimensional CAD files. So the process is called reverse engineering. And of course, we're talking about ethical reverse engineering. That means nothing that is protected by IP. Consumables, obsolete, discontinued mechanical parts. So how does the process start? We start with a physical part, then we assess it for localization, then we do the metallurgy analysis, we assess the material, understand what it's made out of. Then what we do is we do the 3-dimensional scanning to digitize it, convert it from physical to digital. Then we do the processing to produce the drawings. Then we outsource the manufacturing to one of many manufacturers in the kingdom to create a real circular economy. And after that, we do the inspection to make sure that it complies with international standards. And then finally, we have a replicated parts. Of course, we have to do this using advanced cutting-edge technologies. Some of them are mobile, some of them are stationary, depending on the level of accuracy that you need. We work with multiple companies, and they have real advantage, real measurable advantages. It's not just a touchy-feely, let's hold our hands and talk about our feelings. No, these are real, measurable plants. And we work with a large number of local manufacturers, international companies. We are industry agnostic. And if you have any need of developing your digital blueprint to start relying on yourself in manufacturing, please give us a call or one of the manufacturing companies. Thank you.
Excellent start there. Thank you very much. We're going to hear now from the CEO of Pure Polymers Company, Fahad Al-Naim.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Fahad Al-Naim, founder and CEO for Pure Polymers. Actually, we are relying on products that more than what we realized in our day. One of these products is the plastic product. As an average, each one of us using 300 plastic products every day, from the moment that we woke up with a toothbrush, till we use the coffee maker, till we go to our work, till the moment that we switch off the light before we sleep back. But why do I speak about plastic? Are we a plastic manufacturer? No. Are we a petrochemical company? No. Actually, we produce an additives named Master Batch. These additives represent 5% of any plastic product during manufacturing the plastic. Actually, this small additives, which added by 5%, it's work like shaping the DNA for the plastic product that we are using in our daily life. Plastic itself, it's a lifeless product. It's a dead product. This looks the plastic before they adding the material and how it looks like after they adding the material. It's a colorful, it's strong, durable, and can be antibacterial, and a lot of other benefits can be given to the plastic by adding these additives. And that's the product that we are producing. Let me tell you more about Pure Polymer, our company. Pure Polymer is a company established in 2017. We have today more than 3,000 approved products. We have a capacity of 47,000 metric tons produced in Jeddah. And we are a growing company. Last year in 2025, we grown by 20%, while we were not very satisfied with this growth. This year, we are planning to have 40% growth, inshallah. This is how our product looks like in the top. It's a small pellets added to the plastic during the manufacturing. And down here looks our customer product. So when we receive a request from a customer to give a color to a toy, or to make the cables not flammable, or to make the parts UV protected, here is our rule in the plastic. But why the people choosing Pure Polymers? Today, we can compete with all the multinational companies here in Saudi Arabia by the product that's produced here in Saudi Arabia. We have a very high standard. Not only that, because we consider this market as a home market. When I say home market, not only Saudi Arabia, I mean Middle East and Africa. We have a very good and competitive pricing to these markets. We have an R&D center in Jeddah, not only developing a new product, but even we have a very strong after-sales support and technical support given to all of our customers after we're selling them. In the urgent cases, we can develop some product within 24 hours, and we are exporting our product to more than 15 countries today. So we are very familiar with all the export process around the world. This is some of the customers that we are selling to them today. Today, we have around 300 active customers. This is just part of these customers from different industries. As I mentioned today, we have more than 15 markets. We are exporting to more than 15 countries, and we are planning this year to increase this number to 20 countries. So we are growing day over day, and we are becoming closer to you day over day with the growth that we are making. So today we are into the automotive industry. Today we are into the medical application, into the packaging, into the construction sector. So if you are into this application, please let's talk and see how we can collaborate together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fahad. Fascinating. We're going to move now from polymers to lighting, and please do give a warm welcome to the CEO, National Lighting Company, Ali Al-Fayez.
Assalamu alaikum. The kingdom consumes between 6 to 8 billion Saudi riyal in lighting products. That number is driven by all the construction projects, development that are happening across the country, north, west, south, and also the retrofit, the energy efficiency project as well, that are impacting our lighting products. Unfortunately, over 75% of this number is imported. When you import lighting, you are importing aluminum, plastic, glass, steel, PCBs, all of which are raw materials are available in the country. That's how bad it is. Lighting selection of a product starts from the architect. The architects design a space with a vision in mind. The lighting company's job is to transform that vision into a product. So far, global lighting companies are doing that. The local lighting companies are not yet at that level. Today is no longer the case. We started our own R&D center. We take the architect's vision. Within days, we can prototype a concept through 3D printing. And depends on the materials of the fixture, whether it's aluminum, plastic, we can have it ready. And this is a real life application that we have here in Kingdom. And the most important thing, when you do this, when the manufacturer experience that design, capture the design experience with the architect, we get the chance to register the industrial IP, the patent. That product is actually patent in Saudi. This is our R&D head. Dima is actually the engineer. She graduated 2 years ago. She had a patent on her graduation project. Today she has a 16 patent registry as we speak today in National Lighting Company. So working with National Lighting Company, or any national lighting company, I'm talking about the entire local lighting industry, if they do what we do, then it should be faster, cheaper, and the most important thing, 100% Saudi owned. Lighting today is no longer a standalone system. Lighting is connected to your building management system, lighting control system, central battery system, emergency management system, low current system in general. Thus comes our system integration division. So we don't only do the lighting, but also understand the system integration behind the lights. Low current lighting all carry power, carry energy, loads. Thus comes our low voltage power control division, where we control the power and distribute it. So today, National Lighting is working towards lowering down the import of lighting products. We are doing this not alone, with our entire local industry. If local lighting companies start doing what we're doing, then we are reducing the import of lighting products. Wherever there are humans, there are lighting. So we tend to be in every segment. And I will wrap up with this success story. Again, fantastic project, world-class architect, probably European, I'm not going to name the country, And to deliver the projects, they depended on a global lighting brand. The cost is 22 million. We did it in 5. This is how ridiculous the cost saving is working with lighting manufacturers. So that's what we tend to do. Working with locals, again, faster, cheaper, and 100% Saudi product. So thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much to Ali. Now we're going to move to hear from the factory manager of Shib Al Jazeera Contracting Company, also known as Sajco. Please do welcome Ibrahim Ahab.
Assalamu alaikum. It's my pleasure to be here with you today to introduce Sajco Precast Concrete Factory. Sajco Precast is one of the industrial arms of Shib Al Jazeera Contracting Company, which I believe most of you heard of it as one of the leading players in the infrastructure and construction field. Our factory was founded in 2000 to be the first and still the only precast factory in Medina region. After 25 years, where we stand today, we completed more than 1,000 projects, built a workforce of over 400 professionals, and expanded into factories. The first factory produces all types of precast elements with an annual capacity of more than 50,000 cubic meters. The second is equipped with the latest European technology to produce more than 300,000 square meters of hollow core slabs per year. Now, what really makes us different is that we are covering the entire life cycle of our products. We design, manufacture, deliver, and install one partner, one responsibility, and one result. Let me illustrate this quickly. We provide columns and beams or bearing panels, covering them with our long-span pre-stressed slabs, and then adding the architectural touch with our GRC products. Beyond the buildings, we provide solutions for the landscapes, boundary walls, barriers, street furniture, and any other precast product need to be tailored as per the project's requirements. You name it, we deliver it. All these come together to reach a remarkable result just like this. This and this. Not only structures, we provide landmarks and fast project delivery as we reached in the housing projects a complete building, 4 housing units every 2 days. We are proud of our track record as we completed projects with most important governmental and private sectors entities and gained engineering approvals from leading consultants across the kingdom. In brief, if you want fast project delivery, high quality products, customized and flexible designs, and sustainable solutions, we are here and ready. Ready to build, ready to partner, ready to shape the future together with you. Thank you, and let's build together.
Thank you, Ibrahim from Sajco. Now we're going to hear from the executive manager at Granada Aluminum. Please welcome engineer Aladdin Al-Hamamda.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Peace be upon you.
Granada Aluminum established 55 years back. This more than 5 decades as make us proud, also put responsibility on us as a leader in the architectural aluminum manufacturer in Saudi Arabia. Today, with more than 315 individuals and 6 showrooms all around the kingdom and 2 production facilities, one in Riyadh and the new one and bigger one in Al Kharj Industrial City, with more than 150,000 square meter annual production. To tell you about Granada, we have our portfolio products like windows and doors, aluminum windows and doors, facade for private villas and high-rise building, skylights, fixed skylights, and movable skylights, also shutters, louvers, and many other aluminum products. I want to elaborate on some of the innovations and development Granada worked in the last years. We developed the first local thermal brake system, which was developed in our R&D locally in-house. This is to tackle the high temperature weather in Saudi Arabia. Also, we are designing our profiles to stay for a long time and durable. We are pioneers in maintenance and after-sales service. What makes Granada different? We have internal ecosystem and holding ecosystem. When we're talking about internal ecosystem, we have the best people in the industry, and we are using high-quality material. Also, we have in-house R&D, and we are doing for all our projects value engineering. We are using latest technologies and most advanced machinery, and we have a third-party testimonials as a premium housing architectural aluminum products. In the global ecosystem, we are integrated with our sister companies for full supply chains: glass, extruded aluminum, coating, and fire-rated glass, all within our group. If you are looking for reliable and trusted manufacturer for aluminum, please talk to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Aladdin. Right now, we're going to move straight over to hear from the CEO of Asterix Pharma Industrial Company. Please welcome Dr. Mohammed Salem.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. محمد سالم, CEO of Asterix Pharma. In 2022, we did market survey for the food supplement and cosmetics in Saudi Arabia. We found that around maybe 95% of supplement is coming from outside Saudi Arabia, and around 80% of cosmetics is imported from outside Saudi Arabia. So that we tried to make help as the manufacturers, the exporters, to make cosmetics and food supplement in Saudi Arabia. We decided to start production and manufacturing by Asterix Pharma. For Asterix Pharma, we started to make food supplement and cosmetics and medical device under the customer brands. So for Asterix Pharma, now we have in our factory around 1,600 products. We have around 150 employers. We have around 11 years experience in the field of the cosmetics and food supplement manufacturing. For Asterix Pharma, when we talk about our products, we can talk about the skincare products. We can make the facial care. We can make the hair care. We can make the oral care. We can make the dental care, and we can make the baby care products. For the food supplements, we can make the formula under your brand name for the powder and tablet, capsule, soft gel, and liquids. We can make beauty products. We can make minerals. We can make family formulations. We can make baby formulations. We can make everything for the food supplements. Also for the medical device, we can make eye drops. We can make ear drops. We can make Botox. We can make fillers under your brand names and under your logo and your formula. For Asterix Pharma, we are specialized in make the process full surface. How we can make full surface? We're starting the idea from the idea until the finished products. So for the client and the customers, we can make the formula and can choose the packaging and designs, and we can make the most complicating matter is the registration of the product in Saudi FDA. After that, we can make the production, and after that, we can making the product delivered to your warehouse. Here is some example of the food supplement products and brands that we made for the customers under their brand names. When we talk about those brands, we manage full surface in Saudi Arabia, inside Saudi Arabia. We can make the packaging, we can make the design, we can make the formula, we can make the delivery to the warehouse. All of those products and those brands made by Asterix Pharma inside Saudi Arabia. Also for cosmetics, this is some of our brands for cosmetics. We did all these brands inside Saudi Arabia from the formula until the packaging and design under your brand name. When we talk about Asterix Pharma, why the customer choose Asterix Pharma? It's better than importing because we help the customers to save the supply chain. We help the customers for the manage the quality. We help the customers to manage the registration in Saudi FDA. Here in Asterix Pharma, we can talk about one of the most, our success story is about the melatonin shots. I think most of us know melatonin shots. In 2022, melatonin shots is 100% imported from outside Saudi Arabia, maybe around 30 million units. In Asterix Pharma, we did plan to make localization for these products. So in 2024, we succeed to get 30% from market share from these products, around maybe 20 million units. And in 2025, we succeed to reach around 50% made in Saudi Arabia. And by end of 2026, now we'll reach around 70%, maybe around 35 million to be manufactured in Saudi Arabia. We reached now to have 11 brands from melatonins for our customers to sell them inside Saudi Arabia. And also in the future, we have big plan to make localization for all food supplements and cosmetics for our customers under their brand names. This is some of our customers that we do, they do business and brands with Asterix Pharma, like Innova, like Nobco, like Lemon, like Addawa, like LifeKey, like Wellness. All of these companies doing business with Asterix Pharma under their brand names. If you are interested to make your brand for cosmetics, for supplements, we are ready for that and scan code. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Dr. Mohammed. I know where to go for my melatonin now. So we're going to move now to hear from Strategy and Business Development at Makkah Paints Company, Abir Al-Amoudi. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Abir from Makkah Paint Company. With up to 25 years of manufacturing experience, 3 global technology partners, 70 employees, among them are researchers, engineers, and chemists, and our facility can produce up to 32K metric ton in capacity, which is enough to paint a city the size of Medina annually. We have 3 production lines. We can serve the automotive sector, architectural, and the industrial sector as well. First, with the automotive sector, our core expertise lies in the automotive refinishes solutions, as we offer end-to-end solutions for all the coating for the vehicle, all the layers of the vehicle. Moving to the architectural coating, we target sectors like the residential, hospitality, also giga project for, under the Vision 2030. And our solution can be applied for interior surfaces, exterior, and for both texture, let's say decorative and functional purposes. Moving to the industrial coating, our solutions are made to protect surfaces from material degradation, extend the lifespan of assets, withstand harsh conditions like heat, and refine surfaces, talking about the surface texture and the color consistency. These are the applications for our products, talking about metal anti-corrosion, floor solution like the epoxy, and the steel pipes coating. So after 6 years of manufacturing and market experience, we can confidently say that we know your pain. It's not easy to find a solution that fits these 3 factors at once. And at Makkah Paint Company, and after our commitment to excellency, we have perfected this formula as we offer you the highest quality, being locally made, proudly in Saudi Arabia, and having competitive pricing. So our products are made to protect, perform, and last. So if you have, or if you operate a fleet of cars, military vehicles, construction projects, aerospace component, or even a manufacturing line, we have a coating solution for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Abir. We're going to now move to hear from the co-founder and CEO, Completion Industrial Factory. Please welcome Abdul Muin Al Youssef.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Abdul Muin Al Youssef. I'm the founder or CEO of Completion Industrial Factory. Oh, next. Completion Industrial Factory is advanced machine shop services. We are located in Dammam, Saudi Arabia. And we release a campaign called We Manufacture Your Idea. Any individual or company have any mechanical ideas, we can make it in the ground, our factories, from engineering until field test. We have the highest capability CNC machines with 1 to 3 micron accuracies, and we have also ERP systems we can monitor integration with our machines. The good thing is here, and with our capabilities, we can support all the sectors, oil and gas, aircraft, armies, and also medical. Our accuracy of outstanding QC check, we have advanced machines. We can do up to half micron to 3 micron accuracies. This is one of our projects we done with oil and gas and armies and defense. This is our customers, Saudi Aramco, since 2015. We supply them our product, Schlumberger, Halliburton, and all of the companies. We are here to support all the sectors, oil and gas, medical devices, armies, defense, and we should be manufacture all the product in Saudi Arabia. I am proud I am Saudis, embrace the global market with our capabilities. Everybody they visit our facility, they embrace, we are Saudis, we do better than other countries.
Thank you very much. Right, up next, General Manager for the Dynamic Engineering Solutions. Please welcome Mohammed Youssef.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So, Dynamic Engineering Solution, we are an Alupco-owned company, and what we specialize in is aluminum structures that are engineered. We are a company of 60 employees, talented employees. We're located in both Dammam and Jeddah, and we have been trusted by by over 20 clients, and we have both ISO certifications and Saudi-made, proudly. These are our facilities that include engineers and technicians with the highest quality of talents and machinery. And with local supply from Alupco and the support of Alupco, we offer some of the highest engineering and highest designers in the world in 3 different sectors, and we're looking to expand on that. And here are the products that we currently offer: MRO hangars, heliports, helipads, and tank cover domes. The first company that we are dealing with is a company out of Spain. It's called Biotech. It's a very exciting company. They do aluminum structures, and it's one of the best companies in the world to do aircraft hangars. They've been trusted by US DOD, Airbus Defense, NATO, and the Spanish Defense Ministry, so some of the highest qualities in the world. And we are proud to have supplied their projects in Libya, in Dubai, in Jordan, out of Saudi Arabia. They also do shelters and heliports, and we're proud to offer the same exact products here in Saudi Arabia. The other company is out of the Netherlands, and it's called Bayards, and what we offer is a solution that is for offshore and civil aviation, for heliports and helidecks. And it comes with great benefits of environmental benefits, as it deals with offshore much better than steel, stainless steel or steel. And tank cover domes, we are API compliant. We are compliant with the high standards in the world. We're using multiple engineerings from multiple American partners, localizing 100% of the dome in Saudi Arabia. And what we do is we discover the needs of of our clients and the Saudi market imported products that are engineered. We scanned globally to find the best engineering solutions for them. We design, we manufacture, and we install and we deliver it. Would love to hear from you. Come visit us at our booth. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, we're going to move now to hear from the Chief Operating Officer at Al Juraid Group, Faris Al Juraid. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. يعطيكم العافية. My name is Faris and I'll be presenting about Al Juraid Group. Al Juraid Group is a family business experiencing in workspace enhancement for the past 25 years. What we do, we transform organization to a better workplace and a better well-being by focusing on three essential things that define the workspace: where they sit, where they work, and the space they work around them. So we have been specialized and gathered local, international brands where we localized it to make it in here in Saudi, and we have been succeeding for cutting the delivery time from 12 to 14 to 2 to 4 weeks with fast delivery times that can go with the pace of the 2030 vision as well. What we do is all in our factory, spanning over 20,000 square meter in Dammam, operating with all the LEED certificates and the ISO as well. What separates us from the other, that we do, we take our ergonomic and investment in innovation seriously. So we do benchmarking trips with the leading companies in the oil and gas, to the edge in the Netherlands, Google St. John's, and do partnership with partners all around the world. We also do panel discussions where we spread awareness to the young youth, the young Saudis, where we bring leaders from all around the world, from Europe, US, and the APAC. And we do the sessions in our showrooms in Riyadh, Kaft, and in Al Khobar. We are proud to gain many clients. Our biggest clients is Aramco. We have furnished more than 2,000 buildings for 76,000 employees, and we have active B2B agreements. And alhamdulillah, during this program, we actually gained a contract with the value more than 95 million Saudi riyal for the year 2026, along with other trusted partners as well. These are some of the success stories. You may recognize some of them: the Aramco Tower in Kaft, Al-Sab Building, ITRA, and many more success stories. We have our inspiration centers in Kaft, in Riyadh, and in Khobar as well. Let us help you to enhance your workspace experience, because we know this is important for the well-being of your employee. I put my QR code. Please connect and visit us at our booth over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Faris. I am looking for a height-adjustable desk so I know where to go. Right, up next, General Manager of Saudi MR. Please welcome Engineer Abdelmajid Mustafa.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. My name is Abdelmajid Mustafa. I'm the General Manager of Saudi MR, one of the first and leading manufacturing facilities for the production of wooden doors here in Saudi Arabia. From a simple 600 square meter workshop back in 2008, moving to a modern, well-established and state-of-the-art facility dedicated to the production of wooden doors now in 2026 on a 10,000 square meter of facilities. Saudi Imar now has established its position as one of the first and biggest, largest manufacturer of wooden doors here in Saudi Arabia. We are specialized in producing wooden doors. We do custom designs. We do moisture-resistant doors. We do fire-rated doors and more. Also, we have successfully ventured beyond the manufacturing of wooden doors. We currently started manufacturing of kitchens, of closets, vanities, and much more products. By the end of this year, we will be able to produce more than 900 doors per day and more than 80 pieces of kitchen units daily, which will establish Saudi Emaar position not only as one of the first production facilities specialized in wooden doors in Saudi Arabia, but also the largest by far. Our commitment to our customers, to our success partners, is the same. We always deliver on time. We always deliver at a competitive price. We always delivered with the best and high quality standards. And we always do that regardless of the capacity and the volume required. Saudi Emaar is an ISO certified establishment, 100% Saudi made, and we aim to reduce our carbon footprint as aligned with the vision of 2030 here in Saudi Arabia. And we aim to do that without compromising quality or price. Saudi Emaar has overcome a lot of challenges that many of our partners and customers are facing. For example, one of our successful partners had a challenge. He's required to install, supply and install more than 40,000 doors to one of its projects over a course of 8 months only. Nobody could do it. Saudi Emaar did it and did it successfully. We managed to do that and more. One of our customers asked us that we need only 2 months to install and furnish their headquarters with full office furniture with less than 2 months. Nobody could do it. Saudi Emaar did it successfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abdel Majid. Right, we're going to hear now from the plants manager, Saudi Cyprus Foundries Limited. Please welcome Kostas Koukidis.
Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Kostas Koukidis. I'm the plant manager of Saudi Cyprus Foundries. Okay, we are running the leading foundries of steel for oil and gas and manhole covers and gratings for the construction sector. Our core strength is castings. We melt different grades of metal and we pour them into sand molds to create difficult shaped castings for the industrial sectors of Saudi. We have 2 facilities in Jeddah where we produce 35 tons of finished products and parts every single day. We are probably 1 in every 2 manhole covers or gratings in the mega projects of Saudi comes from our foundries in Jeddah. We are the first foundries to succeed in producing a complete Saudi-made valve for Aramco that's been proven with collaboration with a multinational company called Emerson. We are experts in reverse engineering and of OEM parts, but we also produce parts out of any sector's engineering design. We have some success stories that in many cases has kept the Saudi industry running. A case for Ma'aden, we deliver in 6 weeks 50 castings, cold spools that needed 6 months to come from Australia. In another case, Sabic Gas was facing a shutdown of 20 days or 22 days for a critical valve that failed, and we supplied that in around 2 weeks from scratch. Now, 2030 vision is driving demand. So we are growing into these sectors of the mega projects for construction and infrastructure. For mining, we supply wear resistance castings, and we are very big in the desalination, oil and gas with pumps, valves, and impellers, reaching with grades of duplex and super duplex. As I said, we're growing, so this growth is leading us to tripling our production until 2029 and covering the needs of the Saudi industry sectors. Now, due to this growth, we don't want to grow alone. We need to partner with strategic partners in Saudi. We need local customer, long-term customers to join us because we see ahead and we see a very bright future for our sectors, for our company. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kostas. Right now, over to the managing partner at EIT Arabia. Please welcome engineer Mohammed Al Saif.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Let me try and make this as interesting as possible. I know it's the end of the day. So our story goes back all the way to 2012 when two friends came together and they saw an opportunity. They decided to quit their job and venture into the chemical domain. We started our business in providing chemicals for power plant and desalination plants. Basically, this chemical, what it does, it improves combustion and reduces corrosion for fuel-fired power plants. Then gaining track record with those customers, that we've been asked to venture a little bit deeper into the industrial segment by providing very specialized valves. After that, we looked into Vision 2030 and we thought what element of that vision we could tap into, and that was basically the waste element. We've gone into doing incineration, waste incineration, and different waste sorting facilities. After 10 years of going into the business, we reflected and we saw that what are we proud of? We're proud of the people that started with us and continue with us today. We are very proud of our partnership that were based on transparency, and that has assisted us with getting lots of track record with customers. Any contract that we've started since the day we start we continue to serve that customer today. So back in 2021, we decided to look into yet another venture, which was the signage and the steel structures. We've purchased a facility in the first industrial area in Jeddah. That facility is now fully equipped and has been in operation since 2023. And in that facility, we provide traffic signs, directional signs, steel structures, fabricated engineers, and advertising signs. So whether your need is to improve efficiency of power plants, to reduce corrosion, or to look into the waste sector and help you with your waste, or basically just to find the direction to where you're going, you can come and talk to us. We're all over there at the booth. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed. We are all looking for direction in life, for sure. Right, so we're going to hear now from the CEO of International Trailer Company. Please welcome Ayman Al-Jabarti.
السلام عليكم. أيمن الجبرتي. اليوم حنتكلم sorry, English. Transportation. How important is it? It's very important that transportation, it's the main pillar which make the business happens actually. So that's why it has so many different kind of trailers. It's different because it carry different goods. And that's why even the government Saudi Arabia have made a lot of agencies and municipalities to ministries, to take care about this subject. So it's very, very important. That's why we are here as an international trailer company. I am the founder, Ayman Al-Jabarti. In international trailer company, we do care about transporting things. Our company has started at 2010 and improving, alhamdulillah, each year. Until now, we have a facility of 22,000 square meter, well equipped, manufacturing a lot of products by using equipment more than manpower. Our manpower almost 100 plus. We focus on curiosity. We curious about how would you transport your goods with the best value that you can gain from it. So that's why we have a lot of products such as scrap trailers, Lego pallets, and tanks. However, one of the latest products that we have, it's the cement bulker. Imagine that no Saudi factories made the cement bulkers from the scratch. We made it at 2025. Usually we think about how we can operate with you or dig inside every details that it will make a difference in your products and in your working approach. Such as the scrap trailers. Scrap trailers, it was 40 cubic meter and 16 ton empty weight. We focus on that. We put it in our curiosity model, and we become with an innovation about increasing 50% of the product capacity and reducing the overall weight with 32%. It becomes up to 10 tons as an empty, and that gives the customer 3,000 annually income, direct income from the operation of this product. It's the same way that we did in the oil barrel transportation vehicle. Also, we did that in the skip of the construction skip. That's how we work. That's how we deal with the customers. We like to hear more from you. So give us that opportunity. These are some of our customers. If you are transporting or storing or moving things, we are here to hear from you and to give you the most adding value from your product. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ayman. Right, now we're going to hear from the General Manager at Miraj Al Jazeera Industrial. Please welcome Turki Altaysan.
Assalamu alaikum. It's an honor to be here at the PSF today, and I would like to take a moment and thank AMP team for creating a platform that brings together ambitious and young Saudi manufacturers and enable us to be part of the PIF ecosystem. Miraj Al Jazeera Industrial have been operating in the structural steel fabrication for almost 2 decades. We engaged in a number of different sectors, including oil and gas, energy, and infrastructure. I think we have a very demanding and practical position. It's what we believe where plans become actually physical assets. Let me introduce you to our 2 core main products: structural steel, things like building or bridges; lattice steel, like transmission towers. We provide end-to-end service to these 2 products, including engineering, procurement, manufacturing, of course, coating, both hot-dip galvanizing and painting, and finally, site installation. Over the past few years, we have been engaging and working with some BCs, including the Saudi Electricity Company and NEOM. Our projects covers the engineering and supply of both structural and lattice steel, things like substations, shelters, and buildings. These products were produced by high advanced machineries supported by advanced softwares and of course monitored by a strong quality management system. And as we speak today, we are working with Saudi Aramco in one of the long-lasting, most strategic projects in Saudi Arabia, Master Gas Pipeline. Probably some of you have heard of it. Since the project started in the early 70s, a number of major manufacturers has engaged and contributed to this project. So we feel today thrilled that Saudi Aramco trusted us to be engaged with them in the third phase expansion. Our scope covers the supply and fabrication of 700 kilometers of pipe support. We have gained the trust of a number of clients, both local and international, including, for example, Samsung, GE, and many others in various sectors. And what I want to say at the end is that the steel industry is not only about, of course, oil and gas and energy. I believe the steel industry is the foundation of bridges, towers, and airports and cities. For centuries, it has shaped our civilization. And today, we are here to shape the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right, we're going to hear from our final shaper of the future. Please welcome founder and CEO of Al Saydan Development, Michelle bin Saydan.
Hello, everyone. We are DEFs, Al Saydan for Development, and my name is Michelle bin Saydan. Let me start telling you about our story, which started from Japan, when I saw a new way of construction which can provide solid, sustainable, and safe solution for our nation. Our technology is basically precast. It's basically transformed the traditional way of building to be a manufacturing, and we manufacture column, beams, and solid slab, and also isolated wall, which this is a sample of it. Why our precast precast system? It's provide flexible to change, so you can edit and change in your house like the traditional way. You can it's give you more space in the house, which can be achieved in 10 centimeters for the wall. That cannot be achieved in the normal way unless you build with the 25 or 35. And we have the zero time point to start for manufacturing, as well as we are the only system of precast which can provide carbon reduction and can provide for the project carbon credit. And of course, we are Japanese, earthquake, and so on. So basically, our story started from designing, our process started from designing, then manufacturing, then assembly on the site. And this is a sample from a project which we already done. If you can see in the picture, it shows the traditional way. You can even edit, even after you build the building, not like the other precast system that you need to redesign or remanufacture. So the element, it's easy to edit, easy to change. You can even, the MEP can be installed easily like the traditional way. So our factory has been approved by the Highest Prince, and we has been selected as a key project between Saudi and Japan, and we also a partner in the Home of Innovation with SABIC, and we get 8 awards in 2024 and approved by NEOM as well. So we are ready to serve you for commercial building, industrial building, residential building, and even a master planning of piece of art, as we are manufacturing a local 3D printing material in our factory. So please, if you have a project, if you want to build your house, if you want to use innovation way which give you the flexibility and the future to edit and change, talk to us, and we have our booth here to see the sample and to discuss your project. Thank you so much for your time.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Right, we'd like to recognize the achievements of all of these 16 companies, so don't go far away. I'm going to ask to come to the stage Rod Al-Harbi with the graduation certificates. So to all of our companies, what you'll do is I'll say your company name, you'll come up to the stage, receive your certificate, take a picture, and then you will depart. Right, first of all, and I'll just announce the company name. So please welcome Al Saydan. Thank you very much. Next up is Asterix. Thank you very much. Next up, Completion Industrial Factory. Congratulations. Now, welcome to the stage, Biotech. Congratulations. Dynamic Engineering Solutions. And next up, EIT Arabia. Welcome to the stage, Granada. Next up, International Trailer Company. Congratulations. Welcome, Khalid Al-Juraid. Next up, Maca Paints. Congratulations and welcome, Miraj Al Jazeera. Thank you. Next up, National Lighting Company. Congratulations. Next up is Pure Polymers. Congratulations and welcome to Sajco. Congratulations, Saudi Cyprus. Thank you very much and welcome and congratulations to Saudi Emar. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Oh, we've got one more. Excellent. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause, all of them. Thank you. That brings us to the end of day one on this, the Advanced Manufacturing and Innovation Ecosystem stage. We heard the full chain of what it takes to build advanced manufacturing in Saudi Arabia, from electric vehicles to digital, all the way through to life sciences, and ending up with the builders. What a brilliant cohort we've seen, showing what they're making and what partnerships can unlock. We're going to finish, we're going to go to day two tomorrow, of course, continuing with private sector opportunities across the next business units, scaling biomanufacturing, the evolution of Q-commerce, deep tech innovation and investment, as well as a masterclass on smarter local content. Thanks so much for being with us, and we'll see you tomorrow.